Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the seven omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Blacks. Playing me. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krumlin, and we are joined with the other host, Lady Che. Say hi to the people, Lady Che.
Hi.
We might have some guests, we might not, but either way, thank y'all for tuning in to Season 4, Episode 30, Part 3, or Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several topics that we didn't get to in Part 2. And those topics are as follows. All hands on deck, live 2024 election panel, straight from the Chi-Town. Then we got Usher, Raymond, Baccs, Kamala for president. Then the desperate Shills are now claiming Kamala was distant cousins with my birthday twin, y'all, Aaliyah. Then let's not confuse pro-Black with pro-Trump. Jason Whitlocc claims Caitlin Clark was treated like a slave against the Black WNBA players. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and just basically an update on the campaign. We are now almost 14 days until the selection, so it's in a hyper drive full gear with the campaign. So we might give y'all an update on what's happening with the campaign at the very end, but we're gonna hop right into it with this panel. Unless Lady Che has something she would like to say before I pull this video up.
Nope. I really don't. I feel like that city council shit really just.
We had a very long city council, y'all. It ran extra long, that's why we're starting so late.
Yeah, that shit wore me out. It's just stupid. It's like it don't even matter what anybody thinks. They gonna proceed with whatever they want to do.
Yeah, first shot of over the people.
Yeah.
So we got the Nuggets, the Avalanche, and the Mammoth until 2050 at Paul Arena.
The fact that they set things up for like 40, like the just the Auraria campus, descendants of displaced motherfucking shit. Get this forever schooling situation or whatever the fuck. I don't know how they worded it. But that shit alone was like, are you serious? You get to go to school, or your descendants of these motherfucking displaced individuals get to go to school for some shit, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that a form of reparation?
There's a topic to add. I forgot about.
Is that like a form of reparation? Like, just say, this is the way they worded it. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, that's what I have brought to their attention during my question.
That right there was enough to upset the balance of my evening. It's like, now what the fuck are we doing here?
Hey, twin just woke up. Twins in the building. Salute, twin.
See, twin, how you doing?
All right, you woke up just in time.
Just
We
in time.
started super late. We had a very long city council meeting. They passed affordable housing next to Ball Arena, where the Nuggets, the Avalanche, and the Colorado Mammoth play the lacrosse team. And they're going to be able to play there until 2050, twin.
Spock is not with us. But yeah, the time he said hi. They feel that they basically laid out a whole thing for 5 motherfucking parking lots. And yeah, I'm just like, but you couldn't do the golf course.
Exactly that part. I'm glad you brought that up.
You couldn't do the golf course, why? Because black people wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
You think like, and then everybody want to go ahead and talk about the indigenous, this and that, blah 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 blah.
They had their token $5 Indian.
I was like, cause this is bullshit.
Oh,
just
that was Ian Stan.
bullshit.
The dude that he sounded like Ian. That's his brother.
The girl with the black scent.
No, the indigenous dude that said he was on the shit, and his last name was Tafoya.
Oh yeah. Somebody's brother. Yeah. I was kind of like in and out of it. It was like just like I can't believe this shit. And then all you see is fucking white people just giggling, laughing, hamming it up in the back. Where
Mm-hmm.
like nobody else. There's nobody, no fucking other black people in the free fucking earth can decide to get up on and say something except for us. Am
Yeah.
I tripping? It's just us.
No, it was just us, and we got called reactionaries.
Yeah, yeah, a couple of times. But it's just us, as usual, saying some shit. No other black people are affected. Nowhere in this.
And then they had the indigenous token speaking on their behalf.
I was like, and then white folk, there's nothing but white people. I'm like, and they're like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, man, well, I guess you covered everything. I was about to bitch about this 30 fucking percent AMI, but
But we
guess you wrote it in there.
go over this goddamn ballot, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Ballots, early ballots.
I got mine today too.
Started in Colorado today, so get your votes in
Yeah.
from Dr. Cornell West.
Yeah, I was just saying that. I was just like, why is it always us, man? It always looks like we just the only two motherfuckers on the face of the earth that always got something to say. We always got something to say, Jesse.
We always
We can't just sit chill. But we always got some fucking discouraging fucking gloom and doom right there. Like, let's not have unintended consequences.
mm-hmm.
We do. I don't like. How are you gonna talk about this shit and
Right.
motherfucking a whole shooting on the Murray campus today?
Yeah, we should talk about that too. I guess we could say that for the NBA.
They're acting like nothing's happening, everything's all good, and there's a whole motherfucking shooting on our very campus, the same campus we're talking about.
Well, across the street.
Yeah, like whatever. It's all the same shit. I don't give a fuck about
I
it.
used to work at
Yeah.
I used to work
You want to move
at
Aaliyah? It's like what happened to all the young jobs for the little youngsters? They don't get no young jobs no more. Aaliyah just used to be the place to work when he was a little teenager, wanted to go out and make a little extra cash, buy the boyfriend, ride the rides, get a stuffed animal.
Bitches all never work for them ever again in life. But apparently that they won't exist anymore because they're gonna usher in next that River North project, that River Mile project.
Look, man, they basically just ended up youth jobs altogether right there with that.
No, they claim that there's gonna be opportunities for minority-owned and women businesses.
Oh my God, guys. They gotta say that. They gotta say that. It's part of to say this to appease, to placate to the
they have the pictures
black people that are gonna get out and say something.
They don't have the pictures though. The pictures they usually have up of all the people, jogging and walking their dogs and shit.
Yeah, they were all white people. You saw that shit? Clean and white. But the golf course, everybody was black, and it was sunset.
Uh-huh.
There was a big difference.
Yeah.
Okay, it was sunset. The sun was going down. You had black people out sitting on benches with their children, holding hands, looking at the sun go down. Looking at this nice little view, going with their little shopping and groceries. At least Park Hill Golf Course had a grocery store. It had 3 of them, I think. Some shit like that. You know what I mean? I was like, I said, this is another way of saying no to black shit, yes to white shit with no grocery store at all. Nowhere near, not even a little bit. And other shit. And I was like, man, they going to hell.
There is no grocery store over there.
Not at all. They didn't have no school. Look, at least if I remember correctly, the little Park Hill Golf Course had some intentions for some schooling, okay? Schooling, grocery stores. It had like 3 grocery stores. Okay? Everything black people want. Everything black people want. food, school, transportation, make a way through this bullshit ass park
They never addressed our transportation problem.
at all. Not to mention, I was about to ask on this next little. They didn't even let me talk the last time, but I was gonna be like, what's all this? So I keep asking about the construction, right?
Yeah.
The streets are fucking me up, like literally fucking me up.
You missed it. You missed it when they did the Metro District. They said they're gonna pay for all that through the Metro District.
For that shit,
Yeah.
nothing else.
No.
Where that dude was talking about where he lived at, where the white man was talking about the metro districts and how happy he was, and this paid for this and this paid for that. I was like, it must be nice because over there where I used to sleep on your sidewalk, it is a nice area. It's fucking bougie as fuck, and I would never go back over there.
Right. Remember that Crack It Up was like, I just moved here 6 years ago, and I welcome the development. I'm tired of seeing asphalt in parking lots. And I'm like, motherfucker, if you only knew what was there before all of that,
I was like, say jobs, dude, but you know who's gonna get them jobs? It's not gonna be us.
I asked them for the demographics. Crickets.
Oh yeah, they totally ignored it. But it's always us. I'm like, damn, dude, damn. But it seems like we're the only two we're the only two black people in Colorado, it seems like, guys.
Yeah, they had the one little token up there from the South Sun Valley coalition.
It's always us, man. I feel like is everybody attention is Brandy just got it. They'll be angry for all of us.
Right.
Fuck you. You better get up here and do some work.
Right. You asked them questions, but they didn't answer the questions we
I was about to start bitching about it, but then they started making these hot boy statements about 30% AMI and shit. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that checks out.
Remember when you had to ask them how the people that get the 0 to 30%, how they gonna pay for this metro district?
Dude, check it out. Me, you, and my brother, they'll never be able to live over there.
Hell no.
I want to, but you'd never be able to live over there. Just like that federal part of 5 points.
First, they said they're gonna build the affordable units first, and then they're gonna, because it's supposed to be in 3 sections.
Dude, look at that! Look where we went to go see the Ag Summit, right? That's on the back side of 5 points. That's the fancy part of 5 points, right? Yeah, and we can't even be over there, really.
Well, they think everybody's just gonna take the goddamn train, and like Bianca was saying, Sister Bianca was watching my live. She was saying when they put them light rail corridors in, that displaced started displacing people in the area. They think everybody's gonna take the damn train there. Like, no.
They're playing big boy Monopoly. That's all this is about.
Yeah, the 25th. Remember tomorrow before.
Monopoly. This motherfucker buy up everything, put everything on there, and it's just banking on shit. And the poor people will lose as usual. So, as usual, just note to self: the bottom will stay at the bottom in this little conglomerate of unnecessary shit. I mean, like, of course, you don't want to see it to be a parking lot. Of course, you want to see it do something else with it. But god damn, man, like, it's really now the time when you got benign neglect.
They're not concerned with benign neglect.
Dude, whatever they're doing right now is like major like hiding, cleaning up. Fucking weird. It's fucking weird. It's all weird right here. Let's just carry on with this show.
Yeah, it's not gonna benefit us in the least.
It's the most emptiest I've seen the city, and yet it's so populated. Where?
Yeah, we got over 700,000 people here.
Check it out. We don't have a housing crisis because we have available housing. They're just greedy.
I've been
nobody put nobody in them. What happened to 22,000 available apartments we kept talking about for like the last 4 years, right? You don't think we got filled, do you? Because I'm looking across the street and there's at least 8 buildings right now that don't got nobody in them.
They just finished that though. That just finished. So it's gonna take some time for that shit up.
Three of those buildings is empty, and
But
I'm
they just
telling
opened up.
you, how much open do you gotta be? Like the motherfuckers knew that shit was coming up. Like either way, all right. What about okay? How much time do you want to give it? I
I'll
bet
give
they won't fill it by the end of winter. How about that? That's
nah
what the gentleman's bet.
next spring.
Okay, what about the shit over there by your house by the bus stop?
That shit should be filled up by 2025.
You
I
can't
think
get over there. I can't get over there. Nobody can get over there, right? But
it's good for us.
what about the shit over there up
Central
by the
Park
Mexican
Board part is for
prospect?
us.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. We don't really have a housing crisis as we do a greed problem.
Yeah, but like I said, I've been saying that for at least 5 years.
So, so I'm thinking that like maybe the motherfucking thorough audit should be good. I'm all about audits, man. Let's get to auditing some shit.
Well, Tim O'Brien did an audit and
Tim O'Brien can't be trusted. You know why he can't be trusted? Because he works in the mayor's office.
yeah,
He was there for the other administration and the other
yeah,
one before that, and this one, piece of this one too. So he can't be trusted. You got to go through an outside source that clearly has no allegiance to the motherfucking mayor, can't be bought, and is clearly on some shit. Like if I like, for example, I've been telling my bestie to go to be an auditor, but I wish I could be an auditor secretly because I don't got no allegiance. I can't be bought. You can't convince me of shit. I can tell when motherfuckers are lying. I can say no. Fuck that. Let me run this thumb drive right here and get all your files off that shit. And I'll take everything in the back closet that you're trying to burn and fucking, shred away. I already took pictures of it, so I know you got 8 boxes that you're trying to shred over the last 3 weeks. I've been watching your boy over here take them and get rid of these files little by little, okay, for the last 3 weeks, and I ain't played. You need an auditor like me. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Because they'll be like, yeah, how many motherfuckers? This building's empty. And you charging 80% AMI? Are you fucking smoking? Get off the crack pipe. Everybody's on crack. Y'all smoking crack pipes right now. This is stupid. Hell nah. You need to move these people in here. Why? Because it's just greed. It's just greed. That's all it is. Greed and empty space. What do they do? What like all this shit's just sitting. Zombie apocalypse. Everybody's gonna be inside, put up. I'm serious. I'm like just kicking indoors.
C-19 all over again.
Yeah, that COVID is the real thing right now. Some people still getting it. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, start the show. I can't believe you put on you got dressed after I told you not to get dressed. Hey, Ted. Yeah, I tried to get him out out his dress clothes.
Yeah, I took them all the way off.
He did take them off, and they put them back on. He didn't put them back on. That's a different fit. But it's like he has to be in a suit today. I'm like, God, man, why?
I have to speak.
I thought I was really thinking you were gonna come down here too. I left
Yeah,
there with the thoughts you were gonna be here. You were right behind me.
you got wrong. 'Cause I knew it was gonna be a long night at City Council. I'm like, oh my god. When I seen it was 4 things up for public hearing, I already knew it was gonna be a long night.
I should have left, dude. I should have just stayed there.
Yeah.
Oh well. We live and we learn.
All right, so I got this video pulled up of this panel that took place in
Yeah.
Chi-Town. Shout out to Chi-Town. Chi-Town has been making it clear that they are going to turn it red based off the policies of the Democrats in Chicago under Mayor Johnson and before that, Lori Lightfoot. So,
Yeah.
in regards to this illegal migrant crisis. Oh, yeah, sundown town. Yeah, it is a sundown town where Lady Trey is right now. Sundown town.
I was talking about that little picture that's about the golf course. It was like dusk, and everybody was just out and about. It was summertime. The way they made it look, the picture. I mean, it was black presented. You know what I mean? So of course you're gonna draw your black utopia any way you want, and the best time is like, when the sun is like kind of creeping down and it's really nice outside. It's summertime. I didn't really think about it as sundown way. But we was at the Park Hill Golf Course. We ain't even supposed to be there. They didn't even let us in the building never.
Yeah.
So finally, black people in the golf course, we like living it up.
We were for that brief time.
Then they locked the doors. As soon as that election, dude, they locked that motherfucking doors and like, never again.
Yeah. They put up money against 302 though.
Yeah, I think that's that bullshit though. When did you know about this up until the news? No.
No.
See, it felt like they just snuck this shit in. And if you let that broad say,
you with the rezoning that took place tonight? Yeah, I wouldn't have known about that shit unless I seen the news.
Right. So think about it. You let her tell it though. She's been working on this secretly for years.
Yeah, but she was a council aide for Espinosa, so it's not too far fetched.
But for years, okay? And we just barely finding out about it 3 days ago.
3 years later. Yeah.
And they had think about it like this. They had all those community agreements and everybody chimed in and wrote letters.
Like I said, they did their homework. They dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's.
Right. Where's the community engagement? We're part of the community. How come we didn't know? See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Sounds like a whole bunch of lies.
Sounds like another finesse.
It is. Carry on, Jesse. Carry on. We talk about this.
They paying big taxes, and they don't even have to pay taxes, and they got a whole restaurant outside on the block. So when those things start coming out, and I started looking at Trump.
It's a panel of four sisters. One is clearly Butch. They're describing what's happening in regards to the election in Chicago, and they want, as you can see from their T-shirts, they want to flip Chicago red.
I don't know if this is gonna be a good thing, but I think just say they want fucking Johnston out. That's really what they want.
And seeing what he about, seeing how he was telling the truth about everything when he wanted to close the border, and I started seeing how the media lied to us about everything, and I did my due diligence. I said, "There's no way in heck I can never go back Democrat. It's Trump 2020." And whatever.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm gonna pull this back. So now we're gonna ask. I did this so we can have a general understanding of the speakers, of everybody on the panel. So now I'm going to ask questions, and anyone who wants to take it or follow up, we can do so we can get as many in as possible. So the city of Chicago, we're all in the city of Chicago, and we all have in some way or another experienced the crisis that's going on. We have record inflation. The wages have not reached the level that they should have. Everybody is talking about the fact that we might go back to another recession. People are talking about that they can't afford rent, they can't afford their mortgage, can't afford bills. Groceries are at a record high. Some people have never seen groceries this high in their life. Gas, they said gas is going down. Gas has not been as low as it was the entire time Biden was president. Now, gas is lower than when it was a couple years ago, but it was a record high. Gas went up almost like twice as much. Gas was up to about $6 in the city of Chicago. It went down a little bit, but it wasn't like how it was when Trump was in office. Everybody was saying that Bidenomics is working and we need to give Bidenomics time, and now we can see that Bidenomics is not working, and that we're running into a disaster, that if we do not make a hard turn, we're going to be in a recession and a depression even, some people are saying. A lot of people are also saying that the immigrant community, the migrants who are here illegally, are here taking up all of the resources and all of the opportunities that should be going to the citizens, like how you were saying about business loans that you've been denied and housing issues that you all are being denied. But the immigrants get to come over, have business loans, they get to come over, have housing that they're not paying for, and now they're even being able to own houses. Well, they're taking the houses away from the people who actually deserve it, actually the people who inherited it. So we are in a crisis right now because of the Democratic Party. when I ask, and now I want us to understand the reason why I asked this question to everybody is because I want people to understand nobody here on this panel has ever been like always into politics. There's been something that made people want to get engaged. Every single person has told their story here. There's been something that's made people want to get engaged, made people want to do something to make a change. All right. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. You guys already know my answers, but just for the sake of making sure everything is clear. The immigrants have been coming over to the city of Chicago, but it really reached a super high when Lori Lightfoot was in office in August of 2021. When she was in August, towards the end of 2021,
Yep.
that's when buses of immigrants from Texas started coming up to Chicago, New York, and all of this stuff.
We haven't even got
A lot of people say
yet.
that Black Americans sound xenophobic
Barely coming out
when we say things against the immigrant community. They say that we are unsympathetic and that we sound like racist when we say things against the immigrant community because they say that we are immigrants. They say our people immigrated from the South during the Great Migration, so aren't we all the same? And aren't these all people of color that we should see ourselves in the same light of? And shouldn't we have some type of sympathy with this Black and brown coalition? So any of you guys can answer that how you all want to.
You move from one part of your country to
Like if my grandparents, because I'm talking about my older thing. My mother is 75, and I can go back.
I gotta put the machine on.
Like two generations. And if they migrated from Mississippi to Chicago. I just don't know. Like from Mississippi, like Biloxi, Mississippi to Chicago, Illinois, like that. I don't get that. Another thing, there is no Black and brown, and I can think I'm not being racist saying that, but there is no Black and brown. Number two is I can't be racist when I look at my communities and I've seen my communities have nothing. I also can't be racist when I'm watching another group of people come over here from a different country. That's lighter skin. Like when I say this Hispanic, the Latinos come and get everything that we should have got. We don't never get anything. We're always at the bottom of the totem pole. And my thing is, I don't even blame them. I blame us. I blame us because we don't fight. We do not fight. What happened when these people came over here? This illegal immigration scam, this Ponzi scheme, it's more of the Democratic Party stealing money. Okay, the Democratic Party has stealing money for a very long time, and they started with COVID. Okay, they started with COVID, and then from COVID, they tackled on this illegal immigration scheme. And like Ms. Jessica had talked about last year with our first press conference, they started stealing that Invest Southwest. So it can go on and on and on and on from that. But no one's not xenophobic at all. The fact that this was like Patrice said earlier, like you spit in our face. You brought all these people over here, gave them all these economic resources, fighting about affordable housing. When you see me and Miss Jessica down there for a year talking about how they stole our property, how they knocked my property down, that's my generational wealth. Okay? While they're telling Hispanics to come into our neighborhood and squat in abandoned buildings so they can give them to them.
Speak on it.
Okay? They're telling them to do this because they can't get arrested because there's an executive order that the Hispanic KKK down there, and I'm telling you Hispanic KKK.
Who's KKK?
Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez and Carlos Rosa Ramirez. In 2021, when Lori Lightfoot was in office, they had something on Lori Lightfoot, I don't know what they had on, but they asked her to resign. They called for her to resign. They called for her to resign because they wanted her to sign this executive order that the police could not work for ICE. And she ended up signing that executive order, and now here we are. People can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. So it's nothing about being xenophobic. It's being disrespected, and we're being disrespected. And we have these elected, these black officials that are in our area. And there's 20 black aldermen who are allowing them to come over and not saying nothing at all. They say stuff like, "Well, I mean, they got 40,000 Ukrainians coming over here. They talking about that. Who are y'all? We elected. I didn't elect none of these people because I just moved back over here. But you were elected, and you were elected, and you cannot help us at all. So to sit here and anybody calling us xenophobic is crazy because I'm far from xenophobic. I am exhausted because I'm tired of seeing another group of people come over here and get everything and pay no taxes on our tax dollar, and then I can't find a civil rights attorney to help me with the city of Chicago knocking black people's property down. That's what I'm fed up. So if that's me being xenophobic, then hey, it is what it is.
And why does it always have to be an issue when we speak up as black people? Everybody else can stand up and rise up. You got these people that get together that's arguing about Palestine and everything that's going on. They go down to City Hall. It's all open arms. Everybody, we had the Jewish people come last week and they took down City Hall. It's all open arms. The black people get together and we start speaking up and speaking out about the injustices that's being done, and now it's a problem. Y'all not being this, y'all not being. I don't do these labels, whatever you said, xenophobic, all that. I don't do all that. I don't know what that is.
Yes.
So let's be clear. I don't know what it is, and I don't care because I don't use none of that new terminology that y'all done came up with. That's bullshit to me. Okay? Because at the end of the day, just like she said, all of us, I grew up and been born and raised here my entire life. I have never got into this and said nothing about no politics, no red, no blue, no green. But I'm also not no dumb. And my grandmother was the first African-American woman in this country. So let's get back to your question. We're not immigrants. We were born here on this land. Matter of fact, we built this land. My grandparents, great-grandfather, great-grandmother built this land. My grandmother came from the South. So let's just say they're not the same. We're not going to get on here and act like that. And we're not going to downplay ourselves. Because we built this shit.
Because right now we're like,
when we say
Trump
something,
isn't the answer either, but there is
we're not immigrants. We are not the same. Okay? If somebody wants to say it, I will. We are not the same. All right? I was born here. Second, my grandmother was the first African-American woman in this country, Viola Louise Duval Stewart. Went to court in 1943. Thurgood Marshall was her attorney. NAACP called her and said, we will represent you. She took that to Supreme Court because she fought for African-American teachers who were not being paid the same as white teachers when they were doing even more. All right? This has been the conversation we've been having. She went in 1943 against a system. She could have been lynched, burned, killed, whatever. So in 2024, her granddaughter, that's blood is running through my veins, I'm not gonna sit here and act like shit's sweet. No, because my grandmother raised me and told me, when you see some shit, you say some shit. It don't matter if you gotta put your life, your family life on the line. When wrong is wrong, you speak up for it. And that's what the four of us are doing, period.
I think we should need to examine how this whole black and brown thing even is.
Okay.
That's right. I'm like you, Patrice. I'm not with no labels and all this and that. You ain't gonna get me to start telling me what I am. Okay, so that's what that is. All right. How this whole black and brown thing came out. If you recall,
there's no such thing, man.
Okay.
They ain't aligned. If they ain't nobody aligned yet,
come out to see.
It's gonna align. You have to let it go.
Black power, black movement, and all of that is going on in America. Because at that time, it's black and white for the most part in America. You got your, little shade that it's black and white in America. Okay, move on to the 70s, right? Right? In the 70s, it's all about you know, Black Power, say it loud, I'm black, about black, black, black. It was like on this black thing, right?
Mhm.
Black, right?
Right.
Because now we coming out of Jim Crow with the colored and the white, right? So black is a direct opposite to white. That's how we start saying Black Power, black, you know, this and that. All right. So now we get to the 80s, right?
Switch the cameras on.
Once we got to the 80s, and you got to figure about this time, I'm like in my early 20s, right? And for all practical purposes, we should be taking off as a race, but then what ends up happening? The crack epidemic, right? All right. Crack epidemic did what it did. You see the effects of it.
Yep.
This is what ended up happening.
Mhm.
In California, remember I said immigration began,
Yep.
especially after Arnold Schwarzenegger was no longer the governor, because what was it? Pete Wilson was the Republican governor before him.
Yep.
Right, so they were about control immigration, stop immigration, because they were Republican governors, right? Okay, Gavin Newsom gets in. He's a Democrat. Now he's letting immigrants come in. Immigrants are coming in. Next thing you know, LA, California is just full of Hispanics. It's like, oh my God. It was just like, oh my God. What happened?
They're migrating.
Black preachers, come on.
Yes, come on. We got, yep.
Black
Yeah,
preachers.
look,
Yep.
I'm telling you how it happened.
Let's get into it.
I'm telling you how it happened. In California, all of a sudden, you start hearing the black preachers. Because at that time, I was heavily involved in the AME church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, because it has that traditional black history, right? The AME church is the original first Christian black religion in America, right? So with that history, of course, I was drawn to it. So I started being heavy in the AME church. Next thing you know,
Yeah,
by the time the
right.
90s and stuff
Look, I saw
started
him
coming,
in
and
the
the
whole
black
bottle.
American
I knew he
population
was
started
gonna
going
be all right.
down in LA because of all the immigration. You start hearing what from
I
the
like
pulpit, the thing about black and brown. Now, and what was they saying? Because the black populations in the churches were dwindling, so they start saying, let the brown come into the churches, and they start saying, this is what they were doing. They were renting the black churches out to Hispanic congregations. Come on, even though we're Christian and Hispanic, and Hispanics are Catholic. So from the very beginning, you think, why are you letting the adverse spirit come in here? Okay? And you start black and brown. And the logic to it then was what? They minorities like us. Having a false illusion that if we as black people hooked up with the brown, then as minorities, we're gonna come together and now we got a bigger power together to fight the white man. That was the quote unquote soul logic to that. Only for you to see in no time at all, the brown was getting their small businesses, they getting the housing, they're getting the jobs, and never have you ever heard the Hispanic community go hard for black people. You have never heard it, it's never been done. And that's where the black and brown stuff came from. It got ushered in through the black preachers at that time, partly because what? The crack epidemic affected a lot of things. A lot of things. And one thing that it affected was our population, because so many men were going to jail because of that crime bill. So,
Crime bill.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, let's just make it. Who was responsible for the crime bill?
Well, it would go back to Bill Clinton, right? Because black people was back then talking about he the real first black president because he went on Arsenio Hall and played saxophone. But if the truth be told, Bill Clinton is the one who did the three strikes law.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was the one that started this whole thing with mass incarceration and private prisons and all that.
Welfare reform came
And all that.
from Heritage Foundation, the same people who put the Project 2025 together. He used Heritage Foundation for the welfare reform.
Right. All that was happening then. Okay. And it wasn't, as usual, it wasn't until Bill Clinton got out of office when black people was like, whoa, well, because we start seeing the effects of that three strikes law.
Yep.
Especially remember that case out in California at Venice Beach with that guy that had stole that piece of pizza, and that was his third strike, and then he had to go to jail for like. That's when everybody was like, wait a minute, that three strikes law. Wait a minute. That's when people started tuning in. But that's where the black brown came from originally, and by way of that crack epidemic. And everything that it did, you saw the black churches do the same thing then that you seeing them do with immigration now. And what is that? Go to the government in the name of those 501c3s, and then it was about making transitional housing and rehab housing. And those churches got on it. And that's where this whole black brown, because Jesse Jackson had tried years ago in the 70s, that Rainbow Coalition, and it was completely rejected by the black community. Back then, all of us was like, what are you talking about? Ain't nobody talking about no people all together. No, this black power.
Right.
And it was completely rejected. Okay? It was the 80s with the churches capitalizing off of the crack epidemic, taking advantage of the fact that our numbers were starting to dwindle in order to hold on to their black churches. Because remember, the crack epidemic took all the churches from being little small storefront churches to shrines. By the time the 90s came, all the churches was just big old churches, these shrines. It wasn't no more little storefront churches. No more. No, all the preachers started getting that big government 501c3 money. And everybody started having great big churches. All the preachers was now bishops and all this and that. All that came by way of the crack epidemic.
Wow.
And then the next thing you know, it was that black and brown thing. And the next thing you know, you start hearing black people talking about people of color. And when people and you stand there talking about, how do you know what you're saying? How was color? We already been colored. From Jim Crow, we was colored.
Right.
And now you're gonna allow them to roll us back to people of color? But it was black people being gullible, those black preachers being greedy.
Yep.
Man, I
trying to sell the ideology that we just all come together with the brown and black. We'll be stronger against things. And the only thing, real fast, you know what made them stop saying that in City Hall? Black and brown. I know you.
Oh yeah, she.
Because I got tired of hearing. Them standing up talking about black and brown, and I'm steadily noticing that brown getting all the money.
Everything.
And the only thing that black people is being used for is our plight. I'm not y'all gonna stop saying. And I start saying, stop saying.
No,
every time somebody would say, keep our name out your mouth. Shut up. I don't want to hear it no more. And they would put all these black statistics up there on the wall. In the black community this, in the black community that, the black community this, and I said, get it down. Get it down. Get it down. I don't want to see it no more. Clearly, y'all know it's a problem because y'all keep on coming with these stats.
Yep.
But y'all won't give us no money. Get it down. Get it down. And we will become completely unruly when they will put it up there. Get it down. And now they don't have put it up there like that no more. And they don't say black and brown like that no more.
I saw pricing.
Yes, they said we can get them both black bodies.
But they do it so
we went off.
I know, like,
explain what was that?
It's just really demonic. Like that shit is diabolical.
Yeah, it is.
The first ward alderman, and they were talking about trying to get some money. So they tried to get the money, right?
Yeah.
There was a PowerPoint up, and they were talking about bicycle lanes. That's why they need bike lanes. and it came up there that blacks get killed more on bicycles than anybody else. Now
I'm gonna take it.
I can't take it anymore either because my thing is y'all like that's why we have to start going to these meetings, Black American meetings, because they're in their line. They're just lying, just making up stuff to get money. And because the Democratic Party makes money off of black oppression, like we have to die, black people have to die, get killed or whatever, that's how they make their money. So now the pedestrian people, the bicycle people trying to find how to make money off of us. So now we get killed more by bicycles. Now you know, I mean, by car, yeah, bicycle, yeah,
Bicycles.
So if we get killed, I didn't even know that this like at this point, like it's like I'm like, are we in a horrible period? Satire because this can't be for real. But that happened one day, and that was that we didn't kick out that meeting. Because because everybody was like, oh, hell no, but Miss Jackson went off because she was the one who kept saying every time we go to, we are the highest in everything. The highest in everything. What? Look at our communities.
Right.
So this is not even a rocket science. Like so for people to be like, you know, y'all crazy for going this way, you're crazy for going that way. Just look at every MLK Jr. Boulevard, fam. Look what they do to Martin Luther King Jr.'s name. His boulevard. Every boulevard is the hood.
Yep.
Every boulevard is in the hood.
Yep.
Like they just disrespectful, and we have allowed it. And I'm not saying we have allowed it. We've had people like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and them that did not leave. So now here we are trying to figure it out because this is not what I thought I was going to be doing in life. You think you're going to be doing this in life? Right. So now this is where we are. So it ain't no black and brown. It ain't no. It's
a fallacy. It's a fallacy that black preachers pulled us into in the name of getting more money and getting money. That's where it came from, and we are not allowed it any further.
And now it's dwindling. Like even with the churches now, the congregations aren't even the brown not even going to church. So this is they are so now everything is being exposed. Everything is being exposed. We see everything. We see the churches ain't crap. We see our politicians are terrible. We see that we have no representation from the federal, state, local, to the churches, to the leaders. So we have to make a collective decision, and that decision for us and a lot more people in Chicago scared to speak out about voting for Trump.
And let me just say this for the churches, because I really talk about that. It's funny.
Like at this point,
we were down there when they were talking about taking our
sounds like they are
community centers and schools and stuff, and housing the immigrants, right?
Like everybody else.
It
sounds like
fighting, advocating, protesting against it. But you notice none of those big preachers didn't come out and say, hey,
the Democrats
this is wrong.
But not only that,
and talk with us.
None of them did
that.
Like
but
this,
they just left us to our own, and I would tell my clients like, listen, you go to so-and-so church, you go to all these churches, but nobody ain't saying nothing, and I know they see us out there, and they put these people in our neighborhood and us complaining. So then, but you saw that when he got to talking about housing the illegals, who was standing behind him? With preachers talking about we need to love each other. What Jesus do?
We see that here. We see
and they start talking about we're going to house them. So we knew that. So you all cannot
the interfaith
to these people every
supported this
Sunday. And you complaining about what's going on in your neighborhood, and they haven't even said nothing, haven't even spoke to nobody. But then you see who they advocating for, the illegals, to be in your neighborhood and tell them to love them what Jesus is doing. If y'all can't see that, and one thing about me and Zoe was laughing because you know right now, y'all, this is supposed to be what October, the domestic violence awareness. They were down in City Hall talking about that, right? And me and Zoe was laughing because they didn't let her speak. Because Zoe, what was you gonna tell them when we got on the mic about domestic violence?
Yeah, that I'm getting my ass beat by Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? That's the domestic violence right there. They're beating my ass. Okay, and not getting no help. Okay, calling 911. How many times did you call 911?
Now, bring the on. Now all of it ain't helping us. Yes. Violent situation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Now that's true. It's abusive relationships. Yeah.
As far as the churches, a lot of people know that a lot of churches are like they're going out of it's a business. They're going out of business. A lot of churches are losing. They're going out of business.
They can't sustain those structures. They can't sustain those big churches anymore.
Yeah.
You go in them, the whole top balconies of them are empty now. You know, they can't sustain it anymore. And that's the reason why they're hooking up with the government and getting that government money for immigrants. Because just on regular tithes and offering, the churches are not able to sustain these great big old shrines they got now. People are not coming.
Okay, so let me ask you all this. Now, we talked about the churches, we talked about the sellouts from the black preachers and everything. Let's talk about your experiences in City Hall. We've seen on multiple occasions that's gone viral, where you guys have been going off about the migrant crisis. You guys have been going off for the last couple years or so. Now Chicago is in $1 billion in debt. Chicago, the city of Chicago is $1 billion in debt. How exactly did that happen? Why is Chicago in so much debt?
Dad always said if we don't develop business with each other, we will never be able to compete. Yeah,
Politicians down there
he was right.
are terrible. So the politicians are terrible. But what I think is definitely the migrant crisis.
That's what
and a lot of the money that's given out to gang violence prevention. That's a lot of money going to them too. And this affordable housing. There's not one affordable housing bill. So all this money keeps going out for these certain things, even with the $500,000 for the reparations situation. We have yet to see anything come out of that.
Right.
So yeah, I believe that the $1 billion is I'll say 70% of it is 80% of it is legal immigration. And I'll say 10% of it is there's a lot of money goes to gang violence prevention, even though I don't know, that's his homeboys and stuff, because he's trying to defund the police. So he's trying to do that. And then
When you say he, you mean Brandon Johnson?
Okay.
Mayor Brandon.
He's police free and everything. Even though we need police right now. We need police, but he's trying to do this community come together activist thing. Community people can go in there, and it's not going to work. Like that's the whole purpose of police, and that's just what it is. I am not a defund the police type person. I definitely understand that there are some bad cops out there, but there's some bad politicians out there. There's some bad teachers out there. There's some bad people out there in their position. That's just what it is. A lot of people that abuse their position, and it is what it is. But to defund the police is crazy, especially when you have no idea what you're doing as a mayor. No one cares about you. No one likes you. Nobody. From the police, the teachers, the CPS teachers, to the firefighters, to regular citizens. No one cares about you. No one likes you. You're the most hated person on earth. And I feel like Ms. Jessica said, he's very vindictive. So, because he's vindictive, because he's so egotistical and has this big ass ego, he's putting us in more debt because he is, I'll show you, but not knowing what to do. You have no idea what to do. So we're in debt because we have the worst man on earth. He has no idea what to do. I mean, we're bankrupt. They just haven't said it. Yeah, we're bankrupt. And it's going to get worse. They have no idea how they're going to put the property tax up. That's coming real soon. They're still paying us favorite staff in healthcare. They're still paying for shelters, even though they're lying and saying that shelters are closed. That shelter that's across the street from Miss Doris, the High Park Hotel, is still open. It was supposed to be closed. So it's the one in Streeterville is still open. So they are it's you have no choice but to go red. You ain't gonna have nothing. Chicago is going to be embarrassing. It is embarrassing, but it's going to be terrible.
And see, here's the thing too, also to answer, how did we get that $1 billion in debt? Now, earlier, Zoe mentioned what she refers to as the Hispanic KKK, right? Okay, what Brandon Johnson has done is he has created him a voting block within City Hall. Right?
16.
Right, of the 16, that no matter what he does, they go along with it, they push it.
The aldermen.
The aldermen, And so what has developed is a dictatorship down there. So everything that he says to do, there's no pushback, none whatsoever. Now I attribute that to a lot of our aldermen not being politically smart.
Yeah.
I think a lot of our aldermen don't have proper political backgrounds. I think too many of them are in there because they was activists. You know, but they don't have political knowledge. They don't have political science background. So therefore, when things like this happen with the immigrants coming to our community, that's why you had the alderman that was saying things to us like, well, they just told us about it yesterday. Ain't nothing we can do. Because either they don't understand the elements of due process, or either they think we don't. But it's no type of way they were supposed to be able to break laws like that, especially Title VII laws, and use public accommodations like that, with no type of pushback. So that mentality is what has allowed that money to go further and further. If you remember, think back to that first Cinco de Mayo weekend, not the one that we just had, the first one. That was when they announced then that the city was $580-some million in debt back then, right? Then a little way, but what happened? They still kept it going. Nobody stopped them, right? Then the next thing you know, what? We heard about this $300 million that he couldn't account for. Remember?
That's why. That's why when I say it's 2.2 billion and counting, you just heard what she said, right? 580 million back in Cinco de Mayo.
The first Cinco de Mayo.
And 300 million. I've been counting. I have a list. So when people but now they're going back saying only 500 million was spent on migrants. It was 2. It's more now. It's like 3 billion now. But at that time when I was on DC, it was $2.2 billion and counting. If 500 million, we've been past that. And so now, but they're telling people that they spent in the news now. They spent over 500 million. No. I'm sorry.
No. And then after that, you must talk about, don't y'all go for that 70 million.
Yep.
Don't y'all give them that money, and they turned around, did it anyway. Then you start seeing what Governor Pritzker said he was going to build some from the county, right? Okay, then we saw Mayor Brandon Johnson, him and Eric Adams and the Colorado mayor, remember? Went to the federal, went to Biden. They went twice, asking for money. And both times he came back empty handed. Again, rather than stopping because you're not getting federal funding, he kept doing it. And one asked, well, why? You think, why? Why would he keep doing it? Why would he do it? And I'm going to tell you why. Because he's trying to do this communist thing. And this illegal immigration allows him to do it. People are saying that he's not saying nothing because he don't want to, quote unquote, end up like Eric Adams. No. He's not saying anything because this immigration allows him to work this communist, socialist agenda that he's working. And the evidence of that is by the type of people that he's appointing. Look at the people that he's appointed. That Ciccio Lopez, the one who burned the flag. Carlos Rosa, the one who stopped the sanctuary city from being able to vote. This Rosanna Sanchez, who's supposed to be human relations and all this and that.
just one question, because I wanted to talk on that. When you said the whole sanctuary city thing, can you explain what was that? What occurred during the whole, you said sanctuary city vote? What was that for the people who don't know?
Before Alderman Anthony Bill
Mhm.
wanted to do the referendum once the whole issue with the spending and immigration started getting out of control with this money and everybody pinning on that it's a sanctuary city. Right?
Okay.
And kept saying it was by way of Harold Washington. That Harold Washington had declared Chicago to be a sanctuary city, I think back in 1985, something like that. So they were saying that this is the reason why we had to keep on letting these immigrants come here because of sanctuary city status from Harold Washington, right? So fast forward to now, Anthony Bill start complaining, saying, wait a minute, this is not what sanctuary city is. And if this is what you all are going to say it is, then you know what? Give the people an opportunity to vote now and say, do they want a sanctuary city? So in order for that to happen, a referendum had to be able to be on the ballot for people, the city to vote if they wanted to have sanctuary city, Chicago to remain as a sanctuary city. So in order for a referendum to get on the ballot for the people to vote on, it has to get first passed through city council. They have to vote on it. So what happened? The day that we were supposed to be, well, that city council was supposed to be voting on sanctuary city. What did you see happen? Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa. We were there. Remember, we were there. And what he started doing is he started working the room. He started working the room, telling them not to vote, because at that time he was in charge of zoning. As an alderman, he was the chair of zoning. So he started doing things like threatening several other aldermen, like Alderman Talaferro, Alderman Lee, Alderman Cardona, start threatening them, telling them that if they voted for Sanctuary City, he wouldn't approve zoning for buildings in their area. Then you heard about how he was blocking Emma Mitts from being able to come in and vote. So those are the things that he did that day, all the way to the extent of Raymond Lopez kept challenging it, kept saying that this is out of order, this is out of order. Raymond Lopez even went so far as to get a vote to allow Alderman Brandon Rowley to come and stand as the chairman that day because Brandon Johnson, Mayor Johnson, wasn't there. He had Alderman, what's her name, Nugent, right, was the mayor pro temp, right. And she couldn't control the meeting. She didn't know how to control the meeting. She didn't know, which a lot of them down there don't know the rules of city council. Again, they don't have political science backgrounds. So at this point, Raymond Lopez says, well, the law says, the rule says that we right now can vote to let somebody else handle the meeting and be in charge of this meeting. And they said Brandon Rowley. Brandon Rowley agreed. He went up there to the podium. Do you know that Carlos Rosa went up there and snatched the gavel? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Right in front of us. So we were all there. Now, me, being a 62-year-old black woman, when I saw the Hispanic take the gavel from the white man, I'm like, oh, it's about to go down. Oh, he didn't take this from right. And when I saw that he was able to do that and absolutely nothing happened to him, I knew then this is more than what we see. Like, this is something different. This is something different. Ain't nowhere in the world you can go snatch anything from a white man and ain't nothing gonna happen. That's when I knew something ain't right. So this is the reason why. And if you remember, then after that, city council had a vote as to whether they should be able to censor Carlos Rosa or not. Remember? And then Mayor Johnson was going to allow Rosa to vote in that vote. And it was Brandon Rowley and Raymond Lopez that challenged that because Mayor Johnson didn't know what to do. He does not know his job. He didn't know what to do. So then finally they had to take a recess, came back and told Rosa he couldn't vote. When he couldn't vote, that made it what? 25 to 25. Mayor Johnson did to cast the deciding tiebreaker, and he cast the vote to not censor Rosa. That's how you knew then. Whoa, this is something different. This is something different. And so that's what we're looking at now. These people that she calls the Hispanic KKK are there, and they are pushing this socialist agenda, this communist agenda, and they have him to help them, and that's what he's on. That's why he wanted to defund the police and mess up the school board and put city funded grocery stores and all the stuff. This is government control. Government control.
The alarms as a minister stole from people in his camp, which he's far from that, but that's what he aspires to be, a nationalist, but I guess for the Hispanic people down there, because he doesn't care nothing about Black Americans. As a Black man on the west side of Chicago, raising 3 Black kids, and a Black wife, he does not care nothing about
That's
Black.
how we got it.
Let me bring in like some facts, some numbers, right? So again, I'm a numbers person. I've been in financial services the last 20 years, and I focus on the money. Okay, so I did a breakdown, right? We were down last week. We again were shut down from speaking, right? Because we all had on Chicago flip red shirts. We went down to City Hall because I'm gonna stand in unity, with my ladies. So I had my Chicago flip red on shirt, about 10 of us in total, right? But again, because of those things, our voices are being taken away, right? Because we're taking our voices are being censored. Thank you for standing, but right. So here's the facts on. I'm gonna just talk about the 400 million. I didn't go into everything last week. The 400 million since August of 2022, the city of Chicago has spent over $400.4 million, right? Building. So one of the main companies, let's be clear, as you stated, that there are some people who are associated, what you call them as the Hispanic KKK, right? But there are some people that have to be associated, and this is more digging and research that we're going to do. But how is it that a company, this is a private company that is based, their corporate headquarters is based out of Kansas. Okay, they have facilities in every state. This was the same company that was housing the illegals in Texas. Okay, called Favorite Staffing. Favorite Staffing, out of this 400 million, Favorite Staffing has been paid, not billed, paid, okay, paid out $252 million, $953,904. Let's just round that up to $253 million. Okay? So you can count out of 400 million, 253 went to one private company. Let's be clear, okay? This company is billing the city repeatedly 50 to 84 to now 100 to, I'm sorry, not now, but up to 2 years ago, $156 per hour for 400 employees. Okay? Does that make any sense? You know how many staffing companies we have in Chicago, in Illinois, period? We couldn't find some company to work with the city that you have to bid and take 2 years for you to get approval as a minority certified, woman certified. It takes years sometimes to get those certificates to work with the city. Nobody was registered to handle this. Okay, let's just go ahead. The other thing with this that has a big issue with me is one security guard was paid $24,000 in a 30-day period in 1 month. How many people do you know that live in Chicago that security guards that have ever made $24,000 in 1 month? This is fiscal irresponsibility. Okay? A nurse. Now, is this nurse cheering A or Ebola? The fuck? This nurse was paid $100,000 in a 30-day period. Okay? Again, a 30-day period. We're talking about 4 weeks. Okay? $100,000. So if that nurse is with this company and has billed for the full year, we, Chicago tax-paying citizens, have paid that one nurse $1.2 million. Does that make sense to you?
Can you repeat that? Just to be, yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't say that. But this is what we're trying to get. This is the point. This is why I became a part of. I'm a numbers person. I'm not in this emotionally about the, like I said, color and politics. This is about the numbers. Okay? This is our money. One nurse, and this is facts. I have several news outlets that I got this information from. Let me state that. This is all over YouTube. You can go and look this up yourself. I'm going to eventually make some content for that, but this is very public information. NBC News, the young white guy, news anchor, I gotta get with him. Because this he's the one who did all this digging. Okay, and I got these facts from him. Okay. One security guard has been paid $24,000 in a 30-day period. That's 4 weeks, 1 month. One nurse has billed $100,000 in a 30-day period. If that same nurse has been working for the entire year, we have paid her $1.2 million for one person. She's not sharing nothing. She's in a shelter. These are all people who work at these shelters across Chicago. Okay? Does this make sense?
What was killed?
Does this make sense?
Died.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. Measles, what's the other one? See, both of us, we have not had those diseases in years. Right? But again, it's enough. It's enough. So the other part of this, okay, is we just issued favor another $100 million. Was this last month?
No, about a couple
of weeks ago. Ain't even been a full month. Okay? But this is the other issue. We just issued them another $100 million. But guess what? Like Zoe said, they're closing shelters. They don't even have as many shelters as they started with. So why are you getting another $100 million? So there has to be some other type of connection here where money is being funneled. That, you know what I'm saying? So that's the other digging that will be done. Okay? One more. So the other part to this. So remember we brought up how they are also receiving up to $8,000 in housing, right? So you have landlords that are allowing them to come and live in their units and properties because they're paying up to $8,000 for 1 month's worth of rent. How and where? Any of you all who have family members on LINK or Section 8, I've never been on government assistance in my life, and neither has my mother. But I have several cousins and family members that is. I know people that are being put out of their 3-bedroom apartment to go down to a 2-bedroom apartment that the government was barely paying $2,500. Why is the government okay with paying $8,000 a month for people who do not live here, who are not born here, who have never paid taxes here? You all are not asking the right question. So the other part of that money, $76 million went to Equity Social Solutions LLC. Equity Social Solutions LLC is the organization that you work with. If you are a landlord and you have property and you want to rent to these people, then that is who you work with. $76 million went to them. So that's where that up to $8,000 that they're paying them, this is where that money is coming from. Okay? So at the end of the day, and the last thing too, I just want to talk about some of the companies. The shelter on Ogden, 344 North Ogden, okay, has been paid $150,000 a month. They have received $1.8 million, okay? This was a couple of months ago, so by now, if they're still receiving that money, then they've received more than $2 million at this point, all right? The other last thing I want to say is, it is illegal and it is against our rights as American citizens for our government agencies to open up programs like Section 8, like giving work permits, and to say that it is only available for illegals right now. That is what is happening. Section 8 is open right now, but it's not for you. If you try to go and apply right now, they're going to tell you, oh, you're going to go on a waiting list. But if a migrant or an illegal comes in and say, I need Section 8, they are opening up the applications. They have been opening up. The applications been open and moving them into apartments. As you being, again, a paying citizen, it is illegal for your government to do that. It is illegal for your government to open up a service and say, they can apply, but you can't. Does this make sense to you? Okay? In October, we brought up the fact while we were down at City Hall arguing and fighting with them again, how is it that they are able to open up the work permits and open up only for them? And this again, I posted on my channel, I posted on my page, the news that the lady who works for this company got on TV, on national TV, and said, the news anchor asked her, is this open for people who have already been here? We have a lot of Hispanic, Mexican families that have been here for 10, 20 years waiting for work permits, who have been paying taxes, who have been abiding, who came over here legally, who crossed and did the immigration process the correct way, right? They have been patient and they have been waiting. She got on national TV and said, no, unfortunately, they cannot apply. Your government cannot do that. And so because so many of you all are silent, the fact that it's 10, 12, 15 of us down there, when city of Chicago has millions of people, this makes no sense because you all are not understanding the facts, the numbers, right? So not more, but I'm
They understand all these illegals in their neighborhood. They understand that when they go in places to eat now, only Hispanics is serving. They understand that they got cars and a lot of us don't. They understand that. Now they may not understand numbers, but they understand what they saying.
Yeah.
Say that, let's go back. Last year when me and Ms. Jackson went to the first immigration and refugee committee meeting down there after the first money was given, federal was $52 million.
Yeah.
One of the things that Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor asked was, why is all this money going to favor? She kept asking, why is money all going to favor, right? They also, but they said it was Beatrice Ponce de Leon, that's the deputy mayor of immigration. She's also in this criminal organization. So I know she's spending money. Andre Vasquez is chairman, and then the chief of staff of, she wasn't the chief of staff at the time, but she's now the chief of staff for Mayor Brandon Johnson. When Jeanette Taylor asked that question, she said, they said that contract was a carryover from the Lightfoot administration, and that it would be it would end in October. That was in, they said, I said at the beginning of August. In October, they gave the money last year. So this the continued, they renewed it. And then, that was a lot of money. It wasn't just something big. And then now they renewed, and then now they just gave them another $100 million. So again, they say one thing
and do another.
Yeah.
And when you come down to City Hall,
yeah, this is Democratic Party.
But this is the thing. When you come down to City Hall, you see the truth, right? Because as I share with these ladies, I've never been for a political party, right? Until I started having conversations with both of them and learning and hearing and reading and doing my own research. And I started coming down there. I was down there maybe 6 or 7 weeks with them, and then I couldn't take it. Because mentally, I was ready to fight. I was ready to fight the mayor, the alderman. We got into it with so many people. My emotions, my body, my energy, I couldn't take it. So I had an utmost respect for Miss Jessica and Zoe, because every single day, 4 to 5 days a week, every single week for a year and a half. This is why y'all see this content with them. This ain't just content out of nowhere. It's because they're down there fighting this is their day job. From literally, because your alderman, your governor would say the meeting is at 9:30. We went last week, the meeting was pushed from 9:30 to 10:30 to 2 o'clock. We're sitting in there at 2 o'clock, and at 2:45, Brandon, I'm not even calling him there. Brandon looked right at us, because we all had them red shirts on, and we was ready, and we was standing there looking at his ass like, yeah, we're here. We're not scared of you. We are going to speak. And guess what? There was some boys in there. All of a sudden, about 10 boys walk out, the fire alarm goes off. He gets on his phone, starts texting Miss Jessica, saying, "You better cancel the meeting." 2 seconds later, boom, boom, meeting will be canceled, will resume, da 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 da. So this is the games that they play, which is again trying to censor our voices because we have the right to speak on the mic. And guess what? It was 9 of us that were cool to speak on the mic. Okay, so
instead of just helping, instead of just solving
the
me and
problem,
Miss Jessica's problem last year, you go through all these other obstacles
right,
that make you look like a clown.
yeah. And so if you come down there and see what they're doing, you would understand why they're the way they are now, right? They didn't start off this way. They actually tried to go and have conversations with these people, right? But that's the thing is you have to get off of the internet and in your emotions and keyboard typing, especially Black people. Okay, you do a lot of talking and running your mouth online, but you don't show up. And then the people that show up, you got the nerve to call a coon or this or that. When you're the coon, sitting at home, letting it happen. You're the coon because we're the ones with the real bloodlines in our veins of family members and understand legacy and understand the power that we have. You're the coon for sitting at home thinking that it's okay.
Y'all going off of Taraji Henson.
Y'all going off celebrities that's paid. Right?
Yeah, y'all going off of that. They got a check. They don't get down here with us.
No celebrities dealing with this. Taraji don't live in the hood. Kamala don't live in the hood. Why don't live in the hood?
Yeah, like Usher can stay as some on circles around us for plenty of times. You can moonwalk, you can do all that. I don't care. Usher, you ain't down here on foot seeing what's going on. They not squatting in your mansion.
Yeah.
And that's just what it is. I will say one more thing about favorite healthcare staffing. The CEO, the white guy, and it's an Indian guy. The Indian guy lives in London. I'm only going to say that is because of the Bears game. But I'm just saying, the CEOs of Favor Healthcare is a white guy, Kansas. I mean, he's out of Texas. He lives in Austin, Texas. And there's an Indian man, he lives in London. So that's the CEO of the Favor Healthcare staff.
Mighty convenient.
Okay. So as we move on, we understand the election is in what, like 2 weeks now? A little more than 2 weeks? It's about 2 weeks. It's right around the corner. Okay. So Joe Biden has been running for the last few years. Ever since Trump announced that he was going to run again, Joe Biden said that he was running again. Joe Biden recently in July dropped out. A lot of people feel like this was a coup by Obama and Nancy Pelosi, as well as everybody else from the Democratic Party and the media. Then Kamala Harris starts running, and a lot of people have been giving mixed responses. People are saying that she's unqualified. She's just like Biden. And as a matter of fact, she's worse than Biden. Her policies and her histories indicate she's worse than Biden, not just for Black people, but for the United States of America. And then some people are saying that this is a Black woman that we need to get behind and we need to support Black women. And the people who don't support her are racist and misogynist. So what do you all have to say about that?
No, that's impossible. I will say that. But and I also want to say this is an Indian woman who has a Jamaican father who's married to a white Jewish man, and stepdaughter doesn't even stand for Israel. So they're dysfunctional already. Number two is I'm entitled to my own opinion. I'm an independent thinker. And if I don't think that she's qualified as a president, I shouldn't be bashed. I shouldn't be bullied, because that's exactly what the Democratic Party said. They have a no tolerance thing. They're all for LGBTQ. I've been called fat dykes for the last 15 weeks. From the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying?
They're calling us racist.
The hypocrisy of y'all pushing the LGBTQ agenda, but because I said that I'm going to vote for Trump because Trump policies align more with mine, how dare you, fat dyke bitch? Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't care, because at the end of the day, I know who I am, and I I know myself. I have very high self-esteem. So I don't care about that. Plus, I have logical common sense. But this just shows it's about power. It's a power thing. It's not about do they really care about the people? Are they for the people? The Democratic Party never cared about black people, and they've learned how to push these and shuffle these black elected officials in here. And like I told you, Ms. Jackson, like they take an oath, and as soon as they get in there, they be like, "I promise I'll help niggas. I'm not gonna help not one nigga. I'm not gonna help not one nigga. I promise I will sell us out until I can't sell us out anymore." Those are what we're dealing with. So why would I continue to ever be okay with that, be aligned with that because we're just black? As far as her, she's not qualified.
That's pretty much what they said.
That's just what it is. And there's nothing in there to make you. I put her in there like Miss Jackson said. If we go to war, it's a wrap. Like it's like no, she cannot do anything now. She didn't do anything barely as a prosecutor. There's one, and my thing is, I'm not even on. I didn't like how there was a case that she dealt with a girl that was she so, well, mentally they said she had some.
Oh, Montrese Richardson.
Yeah, Montrese Richardson. She had they say that something happened mental. But anyway, she went to court. I mean, she got arrested. She was let out. Her parents asked her not to be let out because she did have some mental issues. They let her out. She wandered off. Couldn't find her anymore. Her parents begged and pleaded for Kamala Harris to look into it, to open it up, to charge those police officers, all of that stuff. She opened it up for like 3 days and closed it back. Like, it's not nothing I can do. So I don't even look at the police part. I just look how just.
To add context to it, her body was found.
Yeah,
her body was found. So yes.
Yeah. Where did she born? So that's yeah. So that's where they okay. So just and to this day, it's an open closed case. So I didn't like her. I didn't respect her off of that because clearly she doesn't care about looking into cases. Because look what I'm going through. And I've reached out to her. I reached out to her chief of staff. I reached out to the appointed attorney generals that they have, Merrick Garland and Kristen Clark, Michael Horowitz, the federal inspector general. Then we go down to the state inspector general, which is Susan Halen, Deborah Whitworth. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, Attorney General Kwame Raoul, Governor Pritzker, Mayor Brandon Johnson. I've asked plenty of times to his case. Tony Preckwinkle, I didn't ask her. So my thing is, if you can go to everybody from the top, Biden included, to come down here and you still can't get no help, ain't no way in the world I'll vote for her. And that's just what it is.
For me, and so what we're trying to get you all to understand is that all of us doing this because it's something, this our flight God gave us. For some reason, He laid it on our lap. Because when you think about it, all of us are really entrepreneurs, and I think you were retired. So we can, if we wanted to, we can just move and go somewhere and have a nice life. Like really, we can leave Chicago, leave y'all to yourself, and just say, Jesus, you good, and y'all to yourself and say, y'all gonna be like this, and go on, and we can go to a red state or whatever, and live comfortable. We can. So you ask yourself, why are we doing this? And so the thing is, because we're trying to tell you all, because we're trying to show you all what identity politics did to us in Chicago. They voted for Brandon Johnson. And you see what it's doing to the community. Identity politics, Obama. Identity politics, Tiffany Hinder and Dalton. Identity politics. So we're trying to get you all to understand that you have to stop looking at color. You have to look at policies and what's directly affecting you. See, y'all can say whatever Trump tweet mean, but that didn't affect me because his policies we benefit from. You know what Kamala did? What she did directly is affecting my family. It's directly, but she opened the border because she was indeed the border czar. I don't know how you all, because I had been reporting on that, and she was terrible about a year ago in the same CNN, all that was talking about how terrible she was. And then when they gave us this fake black woman, they erased history, and now she wasn't a border czar, she was the best person ever. When it was just talking about how terrible she was. And that she went down in history as being the worst vice president. So, and then, so they just made you all forget about that. So we haven't forgotten. So what she did in her policies, because she advocated on this about opening the border, and then because she's an immigrant and her parents are, and things like that. So they advocated for this. So you gotta look at her policies directly affect the black community and American citizens. Because Dr. Claude Anderson told us about illegal migration and they directly affect us. And so we see that in our communities, we see that in what's happening. So, and we're the lowest economically, even they had came in, and now it's African, well, Black Americans, we said African Americans no more. And then it's Hispanic. So we at the bottom on the economic level. So her policies have directly affected us, the black community and American citizens, period. And she don't have no clue. Trump is absolutely right. She's incompetent. She don't know. And we all can see it. And so we're not opposed to having a black woman as president. We're not. If you give us the right one, or if she's smart, we figure she can handle the job, and her policies were great, and we see that she can do it. Whatever. I don't think that all of us would say, okay, because she a woman, or a black woman, that we wouldn't vote for her, or what you said. I don't know. But I don't
know. I have not seen the performance, and exactly. People got people been ready to get mad and go to chat. They got to go off. They got to go out. I have not seen black women in leadership perform at a level where I am comfortable with saying that a black woman or a woman, period, is in the position to lead the country. That's my opinion. Different strokes for different folks. That's my opinion. Her interview, now as it pertains to Kamala Harris specifically, her interview with Fox 32
with that statement
that she is not able at all to act as commander-in-chief. It proved that. Now, I don't have to vote for somebody in order to solidify my blackness.
Right.
I came to earth with that.
Right.
Okay, so I don't, my blackness, my test of blackness, or the litmus test of my blackness, does not hinge on my vote for Kamala Harris. Be crystal clear on that. I understood how black I was for a very long time.
Right.
Okay, so yeah. Now I was in California when Kamala Harris was the Attorney General out there, and this is what I'm gonna say about that. None of us in California was talking about she was black.
Nope.
She was just Kamala Harris. We were not walking around talking, we got a black Attorney General. She's the Attorney General. She's black.
She was sworn in as the first Indian.
The first Indian,
so
first
now,
Asian.
She's a black woman.
So what I'm saying is, even in the state of California, when she was over California, we were not out there. Nobody was referring to her as the black AG or black. No, she was just Kamala Harris.
Right.
And really, nobody knew much about her until that thing with the firefight with the inmates that she wouldn't let out due to the wanting them to be firefighters. And when you start hearing about how the California Supreme Court was coming after her because she wouldn't let them out, then you start hearing people talk about the case with Richardson. You heard her talk. There was talk about her, but no.
The truancy policy is a world.
Right, the truancy with the lady and her kids with blocking parents up if they were again. That brought up her name again when she was in Senate. and when it's the mortgage crisis, remember? And she and Obama was the president, and they bought the chairperson of Wells Fargo, Chase, B of A. They got bought to Kamala because of the mortgage crisis. She questioned them, you know, when you hear her, and I took on the banks. I took on the big banks. I mean, she questioned them, but she didn't lock them up.
Right. Right.
She didn't lock those bankers up. And we know that she knows how to lock people up. See, which goes back to real quick, even that January 6th conversation. You know, they keep on bringing up January 6th, Trump did on January 6th. Here's my thing, because black people always want to say, if it was black, they would have killed us, they would have shot us down, they would have killed us, they would have shot us down. If we would have broken into the Capitol like that, they would have shot us down, right? That's what black people be saying. My thing is, okay, black people, but they weren't black, they were white. So why is it that we can't deal with the fact that you got two mass incarcerators in office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Make me understand how it is that all them white people could charge that capital like that and they didn't know how to lock them up. But instead, they just want to make us keep looking at Donald Trump causing the riot or whatever. Okay, let's say he did. For conversation purposes, let's say he did. Then why didn't y'all lock those people up, though?
Right.
Why didn't they lock them up? I don't understand that, and I surely don't understand why black people are not looking at that. I don't understand how we could look at that situation and get caught up in, if he was black, they would shut up, they was black. And how do you bypass, but they not black, they white. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are not moving to lock those people up. I don't understand how we bypass that. I really don't. See, and it leads you back to how they could make us get caught up in she black, when we know that she's not. Is it that black people so frantic for a hero?
Yes.
Is it that black women so frantic for the beat? I don't get it. You know, they sit up here, you know, you the black woman, she a black woman. The black woman is the backbone of the Democratic Party, the black woman. And I know I'm a black woman. I know I look like a woman, talk like a woman, act like a woman, shape like a woman, dress like a woman. And in all my womanness, none of them down there in City Hall have resolved my case.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to protect the black woman. How come they ain't protecting us?
Right.
You know, if they say it, if the stats say that our communities are what, 70 to 75% led by women, right? They put to throw that stat. Okay, the Democratic Party, if that's true, if you know that 70 to 75% of our households are headed by women, then why would you pour a whole bunch of undocumented men in our community and put us in danger like this?
As I say, violence, Stephanie told me to black women.
Yeah, that's what she said. And that's what she said. So none of this is making any sense. None of it is making any sense. So no, this thing of her being a black woman, just go and let it rest. And the only reason why they're doing that is because they know she was gonna flop on her face. And so what they want to do is put it on black. So that it go down in the history book that the first black woman that ran. Well, because Shirley Chisholm really is the first black woman that ran, though. But in modern times, put it on us. Then she didn't win because the black people didn't vote for her. The black men didn't support her. Back to that.
And that's where the misogynist comes in. Instead of people men being able to have an opinion and say, nah, I'm not voting for her. I just don't like her policies, or I see what happened. I see what she did in California.
Right.
Or I've seen her for the last 3 years and she has yet to do anything. So, right, I mean, I've always said that it just needs to be changed, there has to be a revamp of politics, when it comes to the Democratic Party, Republican Party,
That's
whatever
what
party
Trump
you want to
is.
do. And so if a person chooses to vote for a person who I've already had, I've had Trump in office. And like I've said plenty of times, I don't know where everybody else was when he was in office, but while I was in office, while he was in office, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And I was and I wasn't living, and like I said, I see two versions. I was living in a red state at the time when he was president, and then I'm now here, and I saw economically how Georgia was, even how black businesses were booming. Houston too, Florida too during the pandemic. Mexico, like I said the other day, like we made Tulum. Black Americans made Tulum. We didn't go to Tulum until we started going to Tulum. But during the pandemic, Mexico was open, Florida was open, Texas was open, Georgia was open.
Yeah.
Chicago was closed, LA was closed, New York was closed. And look at them right now.
And
And that right there,
financial ruin. A lot of our businesses.
Argue me all you want. That's the facts. And yeah.
Then you say you saw we were just talking on your podcast. Then you say just from living in a red state and coming here to a blue state, you see the difference.
Yeah.
It's the economic. Then you say
It's financial ruins with those three major cities, and it was and Philly, and it was because they were closed down. They was closed down for years. Not months, years.
All those small
And then you go
businesses.
from closed down to years to opening back up to illegal immigration invasion. Come on now.
What we're going to do now is we're going to open up the phone line. So if somebody wants to call in and if they want to leave a comment or if they want to ask a question, they can feel free to. Let me just, hold on. Let me just give me 1 second.
Take the show on the road, man.
Okay, so we're opening up the phone lines right now. You guys get to call in. Let me see the number. Oh, I always forget.
Almost stop there. What you thoughts on this?
Well, pretty good little segment. I learned a lot right there. That was a lot of salacious news right there. Not only that, but it was highly insightful. I really thought it was gonna be some other shit initially, but I take my comment back.
Okay.
Once we got into it really started to feel like I feel that was a pretty fulfilling little segment right there. That just general principle. I was pretty fulfilling little segment. Like there was a lot of information there. Not to mention there was all that shit could be used in particular with our current mayor now. Like for that this last year since he started, right?
Yeah.
And the migration and the homelessness, with the funds is like I was questioning it, and it just didn't make sense. And I wish that I would have had the thought to write the numbers down. You know what I mean? Because it seems like we are in a constant state of the Mandela effect, where it didn't happen, it didn't happen. You know what I mean? And I feel like if we could say it happened, but we're like this constant, the way we stay constantly attached to the motherfucking internet, like this, like that. That's what I was saying. I was like, you ever get up the fucking internet? Like, I'm so irritated with the fucking computer. Like, if I wrote it down, if I would have thought about it with everything that was going on, if I would have thought about it, I wish I would have been making notes about this money. And I can remember going back and looking at some shit I jotted down. Jotted down to go off on city council.
Like I nominated.
And I might have wrote a note like, 33 billion or some shit like that, right? But it like I wish I would have been keeping proper notes because again with this Mandela effect, it just feels like the rules are constantly changing every fucking week. It seems like, and when I'm like, man, I've been saying motherfuckers need an audit and they need it the worst way because I feel like not only just off of that little piece that the one lady all the way on the corner on the left had stated. I mean, think about it like this: there was plenty of city council meetings where they had no motherfucking answer financially to the housing crisis, alleged housing, that cold shit. And I was like, when you there, got in, I was like, I'm canceling this. These motherfuckers need to be fired 10 above and 10 below.
Yep.
Fired. You know what I mean? Like, I was been saying that for a grip. You know what I mean? Where I was like,
2 years.
Motherfucker 10 above and 10 below need to get canned right away. Like a major motherfucking audit. Like, I'm always saying that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of slowed on it because I guess whatever we're with this campaign or whatever, I had to switch gears to state representative gatekeeper. But in my mind, I'm still like, you got so much embezzlement, cronyism, and all this shit going on, and then they kind of talk about it, but they talk about it for literally. If you look at the media, just like everybody got Channel 31 or Fox or Channel 9. Channel 7, Channel 2, the basic local media, right? Your local media. We're not talking about Fox News. We're not talking about News Nation. We're talking about anybody and everybody who got a fucking TV and turn on the other TV. And you can get Channel 9, 7, 4, 2, 20, maybe 20, okay? Like, the WP, whatever, right? And you turn on
the local news network.
Yeah, you turn on the news, right? And you get like, I mean, we'll even do a little test. You get literally 10 minutes of actual news, right? They took out the newspaper.
Yep.
So we don't really get the newspaper as much anymore, right?
Yeah.
Everything's went to digital, went to online platforms, whatever. So everything can be manipulated. I mean, you go in and
make the blueprint digital. The blueprint for the city is digital.
If you go to Wikipedia and create your own motherfucking definition of something, you can fuck with anything at this point in time. AI is the wave, right? The trend, right? So you can create anything and everything above beyond, right? So nothing is real. That's why I was telling you, like, man, go outside. That's real. Fuck this other shit. This ain't real, right? Like when I'm talking about the internet and stuff like that, and I'm like, well, look, man, YouTube, that ain't a real place, guys. Let's go outside. We gotta look at shit. That's real, like because everything's so manipulated, right?
Yeah.
So I say that because even I'm only a few years older, right? But in my mindset, I'm like, this shit is mad frustrating. I know they just told a lie, but if I tell you it's like this, and me and you will start arguing over something so fucking stupid that I'm fucking almost positive I seen it on the news and I couldn't remember, but I went to go look for it and it's not there no more. And you win that argument by saying it didn't happen and I'm crazy. You did. When in reality, I saw it on the news, and for 10 minutes a week ago, and I told you about it. I just couldn't remember everything exactly because I'm multitasking. But you said it didn't happen, and then it looked crazy, right? So that's how I think they're getting us. Like they think that if they throw out like the media, or whoever's in charge of this shit, right? Just think about it. Whoever's in charge, whoever's playing the puppet strings, right? Throws out a motherfucking distraction of some sort. It could be even the littlest distraction. We were distracted by city council, but yet while we're over there fucking listening to their bullshit, somebody had got killed right there, and they talking about, building on this new shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
across the street.
Distracted, right?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, I'm like, How come we didn't know anything about it except for like 3 days ago because they put it on the news? You know what I mean? The mayor didn't talk about it. We seen the mayor day one of the Black Summit. He went there, collected a award, and left.
Yep.
He didn't say nothing about this shit, right? But these Democratic
Shills.
boys will be sending emails talking about we need to get behind the mayor on his new housing plans and whatever. And I'll read this shit and I'm just like, this is junk. This is trash. Because in my mind, I'm like, this is trash. Or we saw, like, for example, the summit, right? We saw that one black dude that co-opted our shit.
Yep.
And it didn't click into me. It was the same dude until like 10 minutes of him speaking. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's that motherfucker right there. Little does he know, 2 of those board members are sitting right here in the fucking room with him.
Right.
Like, little does he know. You know what I mean? I'm sitting there thinking, like, all this shit is diabolical. Like, everything that's happening is obviously, we know it's by design. We obviously know it's by design. They keep shit away from us. We don't know the true nature of things like this shit that we were in city council for. But apparently it's been going on for years and months where they can set up committees and subcommittees and all these groups to do all this fucking work, right? And we had no motherfucking idea. Dude, so it's like shit kept from other, like, shit in the government and the private sector and others is kept internally apart from everybody, yet they're all working together on it.
Yep.
But who's getting left out is the motherfucking people. The people are black people, predominantly, right? And then you'll throw in most anybody else that'll fit that vulnerable segment.
Yeah.
So it's a game. It's fucking stupid. I don't. Even if you wanted to dismantle it, just like the sister said, and you wanted to, you have to dismantle everything, and then everybody has to get fucking reprogrammed.
Pretty much.
You think? It's only to be a lie. Like, look, I've been reprogrammed, so I'm on alignment, right? But not everybody's willing to say, all right, we have war, this is what it is, we fight this, we just do this, this is the alignment, this is what we are, this is what we gonna be on, and this is what we gonna fight for it, and if we get arrested and die for it, right?
Right.
So not everybody's gonna be on that alignment. So how the fuck do you expect anybody to coexist? Like the sister said, we could leave, go to a red state, and be okay, right? Yeah. Well, in our case, how the fuck do we, like in our case, right? Independents, whatever, who are at the bottom, literally at the bottom, at the benign neglect level, okay? Ever get right out of that? Yeah. And not within our time frame, not within our first child's time frame. Maybe if they had a kid, then you dig. But I don't see how anybody at this lower level, because we're at the lower level, this is where benign neglect really is, right? Yeah. It's right above, we 1 inch above homelessness. Literally, right? So this is where it's all happening, right? We're at the ground level. How the fuck do we ever get to even a livable, without them? We gonna stay in the revolving cycle. You dig? And so it's like it seems kind of heavy. I don't know if I'm making sense, but like so much is flooding my mind with like questions, not enough questions, and like how do you get I can't say it online. I can't say it, family. I want to say it, but we'll probably get the channel stripped if I say it out loud. Because then it'd be like I don't want to say too radical, I won't say too far. It would be like
Military.
it would be like terroristic. You dig?
Oh, BIE.
It'd be too much. It'd be too much, right? Because there's something that has to happen, and it got to happen on all kind of different levels. You got to talk about church, politics, in all 9 areas. Something major has to happen, right? And it has to be like a full cleanse. But that ain't gonna happen. So they said we're at 2024. They're this level right here. I didn't even want to say it because then that's like willing it into existence. We got to find a way to bring the people up out of it with, well, taking the system and rewards stability. You know what I mean? Because at this level in 2024, if we continue on this same pathway, 10 years from now, they're going to be saying the same shit we're saying right now and how tired they are. And, you know, we led the way with and all this extra shit, you know what I mean? And it'll be for nothing. Everything that they did is almost looking like for nothing. You did?
Yeah.
So you can't let it can't all be for nothing. If you think about the 60s, 70s, 80s, you know, even before that, it can't all be for nothing. So there's got to be something. Something's got to happen. And we thought, like initially, I thought this was going to be the time, like with this election.
Yeah.
Even if this election is going to be kind of dramatic, you know what I mean, because the way it is. But all that is just media fear mongering.
Yep.
So, like, if you just both on all kind of levels, right? Everywhere, it's just a lot of fear mongering, both angles. Even you got the undecided with the fear mongering as well. So, until you go outside and disconnect, you're gonna be in that fear bubble. Yeah.
Yep.
You gotta go outside and actually look at shit. Like I've been kind of like looking at stuff, and I'm like, all right, that's why I was saying earlier prior to the show starting. This is what it looked like outside. This is what they're saying, but this is what it looked like. We were on the same bus, right? Do you remember? I don't want to get into that, but you see what I'm saying? And
yeah.
Until you disconnect, like I mean, that's everybody. Like you see, there's like it's like we're being fed, we're being programmed within the programming of the programming. How do you disconnect the programming from the programming and the programming? It sounds good, right? That's where we're at. Program. We're on a program right now. Program is picking for us. It's like running on autopilot. 2.0.
We've always been saying that for decades now. Yeah, so thank you for that commentary, Lady Che. Shout out to the sisters in Chicago for trying like a TI is out there. And
that was full of sustenance right there, man. Like that was impactful.
It was very informational.
Shout out to Afro Me too.
Yeah, shout out to Afro for that. Now moving along, switching gears, we got VP Kamala Harris thinks bringing out Usher will make Black Americans vote for her.
You're not no white woman.
Oh God, prominent East Indian.
That Taylor Swift shit.
Oh yeah.
Taylor Swift shit was like gonna be the biggest endorsement that bitch was ever gonna get.
And then some of them was running against them. I mean, a couple of them had that good old, listen, I know that good old old boy look when I see it. And I read through their stuff just to make sure I'm not just looking at them wrong. But I'm like, yeah, this sister and brother got a better record anyway. And nah, ain't happening. Y'all know that good old boy look when you see it. I know it because I'm from here, right? And this one other guy, he was running he was a prosecutor, and I read his record. I said, oh no, it reminded me of Kamala talking about you a prosecutor. Oh no, so. I said, yeah, just keep this judge in. So yeah, it was just kind of back and forth. You say you only voted for one Democrat in Chicago? Okay, yeah, it's you don't vote based on party, vote based on policy. So if the Democrat, like for instance, if you got a Democrat, let's say you're Democrat mayor in your city. Now we ain't talking about Brandon Johnson or Eric Adams, but let's say you have a Democrat mayor, and this Democrat mayor has been great for y'all. Like he or she has been great. Why vote them out if they've been great? Why vote them out? Right. If they got good policies for the community, keep them, right? But if they don't do good, like Brandon Johnson, then if there's a Republican running against them, then say, okay, Brandon Johnson, brother, you got to go. You are not doing right. And you following the kind of like the steps of that national party, which is unchecked immigration. Like anybody that's moving with that national party, like for instance, they had this one sister on the ballot, Democrat, Congress, and I think I never heard of her before, but I read up on her. I said, okay, let me see what she got going on. But then when I started looking at through her policies and I start seeing, I said, hey, here we go, immigration, abortion, all that far left wing stuff. I said, oh no, not you. I refuse to vote for anybody pushing that far left wing mess. I ain't doing it. Just like if you're pushing far right, I won't vote for you either. I just won't do it. Far left and far right will not get my vote, period. Damon, you said you voted for one Democrat in Georgia. Damon, was that Democrat a local Democrat, like in your city? Was he local? Because like I said, I meant that on that U.S. House, U.S. Senate, and the top of the ticket, president, no Democrats for me. It just wasn't happening. Okay, you say you live in Columbia. It ain't no blues to vote for here locally. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. So yeah. So when people run around here say, oh, he's just a Republican. Well, how did I vote for some Democrats today then if I'm a Republican? Republicans don't do that. Republicans only vote for Republicans. See? So that's why policy voters are better because, so like my cousin told me today, say, oh, you're a purple voter. I say, okay, that's what it is, then purple. Because I don't vote red, I don't vote blue, I vote purple. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if you have not early voted, please go out and early vote today. Read all the issues, read the candidates, read everything. Take your time, just read it, right? Reading is fundamental. And then I like say, bring you a sheet of paper in there. Like maybe they sent you the form to your house, like they did me. Like Saturday, I opened my door. They had a nice little a Ziploc bag with the paper with the candidates all on there, like who's running, Democrat, Republican, Green Party, Libertarian. And what I did, I went on there and I went on my computer, typed in on Google or whatever the candidate, and I went to their website. I went to everybody's website, and I said, oh, this one I'm voting for. And so when I went in there this morning, I already knew who I was voting for. So when I got signed in, gave my ID. Yes, black people have ID, Democrats. I went and gave my ID. Everybody had ID. And got my paperwork, went and installed it in the machine, got my little thing right here that I got from over there. And then just went on my paper and just like, oh, this. It was quick. It took me like less than 5 minutes. Knocked it out. And when I went out, I was voter 197. The poll opened at 7 a.m. Now, let me tell you about that. I was shocked to see how many people was at the poll. I was shocked because when I first went in, they had a little line, and I was shocked to see the line. Because normally early voting in Texas, you just walk in and walk right back out. It's no big deal. Well, when I went in, they had like a little line, and that's why I told you I seen that brother and sister that was ahead of me. And then as we were talking, we was having a good conversation and just waiting for our turn. I turned around, and there was like a gang of people behind. I say, look at this mess. For early voting, I just never seen that before. So, and I did see this in other states, But the first day and the polls opened at 7 a.m. I think they closed at 7 p.m. Right? And it's supposed to be like that at least here for 2 weeks. So I suggest to all of you, go early vote. Do not wait till November the 5th.
Right.
Early vote. Now, what we're going to do, our plan is to go to some of the polling locations this weekend and see if we can interview some people and just kind of see, you know, what they heads at on some things. So hopefully that works out very good. We'll do that this weekend, and we'll be able to hopefully, you know, get some of that footage out to you next week, which we will get it out to you the following week. Maybe show this on the podcast and also here. So, all right. Yeah. Well, listen, what's the point of voting for a party? Listen, you can't leave the Democrats and then go join the Republicans. That's stupid. You right back to square one. Right. No, you need to be in the middle. So that way both parties can try to fight for your vote, right? I mean, if you're going to just say party voter, I guess you may stay where you at and not get anything. But we got to be policy voters, not party. That way both parties can fight for our vote, right? And that's have you noticed that Democrats and Republicans have been fighting for our vote, and that has actually elevated our status versus when we were just hanging out with the Democrat Party, like, I got their vote, I'm not worried about them, and we wasn't getting anything. So this is beautiful that we have moved to the middle and say, no, you're going to fight for my vote, or like my cousins say, we're purple voters, right? All right. Good. You say you're voting for the 3 top Republicans and locally the Democrat regime. Hey, yeah, you could do that too. But like I said, if the Democrats you have is doing what's right and they have good policies, then yeah, that's fine. But if they're not doing good, then you need to do something different. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. All right. So since we talked about voting a little while longer than what I wanted to, but yeah, just please go out and vote early. Go vote early. And that's all we want to promote. Just early voting. I don't want y'all out there November the 5th. I don't want y'all to be burnt out with that, upset, dealing with crowds and, getting discouraged. No, just do it now. Do it this week. A lot of early voting places are even open on the weekend. Maybe you can't do it because you're working. Saturday, a lot of times is open. Sunday is open too. So you have plenty of time to go do some early voting. I suggest go when it opens early. Like, some of the people may be sleeping in. You go show up, say, I'm gonna get up by 6 o'clock. Drink me a little coffee, whatever. Head down there to early vote and be the first one in line. Knock that junk out and come on back home. That's the best way to do it. All right. So let's go on and get. I was gonna do her, but no. You know what? Let's go on and get him out of the way for the week. And then we'll go on and get started by your boy Usher. So here we go.
I'm just telling you. I'm going to let you talk.
Who you talking to? You gonna let? The voters let me. I got voted in. Who you talking to? You gonna let me? I got seconds left.
I want you to know.
Ain't she crazy? How many seconds? I'm counting your time. Miss Galloway, I'm going to rule you out order. You keep talking so much.
Do I have the floor? Do I?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much.
We have got to help the city of Flint. We have got to move the city forward. We have got to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Ms. Herkenroder, you the reason that I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote, because you tried to put words in my mouth like I said you was a racist. You got to stop doing that. You got to stop doing that.
Ms. Fields, please be very careful in that area. Please.
All I said, there was mediation and there were people in rooms. That's
who in
not
what room and how many.
But I am going to finish saying this.
Oh, go ahead.
That's fine. Do you?
It shouldn't be fine. We got folks sitting in business, and I wouldn't care if you was the chair, the sofa, the TV. So you might want a dialogue.
I don't give a.
You don't give a what?
That's what he's trying to do.
So you dialoguing?
There's no dialogue.
It is some dialogue. You gave me some dialogue.
Councilwoman Worthy, what is your point of order? No, I'm not.
You ain't?
I'm not.
You must.
This is a joke. Stop this abuse.
I'm going to give you a point of order. The personal tax is out of order. Now you want to make a personal attack on me, I'm going to tell you something. I'm tired of Miss Fields calling me racist. I'm tired of you calling me personal names as it relates to women. I'm tired of it. It's wrong. You're out of order. But you keep doing it. Because when I start blasting your butt like I'm doing, everybody already know it's coming from y'all. But don't get beside yourself, Mr. Chairman. If he gonna holler tell me to shut up, you better give him his warning.
I gave you yours.
Give him his. If you gonna discriminate, you gonna let the white man running for mayor holler across and tell this black man to shut up.
I don't want to hear
So when he get loud, I'm gonna get louder. When they go low, I go lower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the late great Eric Mays. He was a Democrat. Like, why would you not keep Eric Mays in office when he fighting for you like that, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so I was looking at when you saw at the beginning on my phone, and they have some totals as of right now, like kind of what like they said so far, like 14.4 million mail-in and early in-person votes cast nationally, and then they filter it by party registration. So they say 46% of those so far are Democrats, 36% are registered Republicans, 18% other. And then they talk about the next section is mail-in and early in-person votes requested nationally. And it says 43 million point four, and they say 46% registered Democrats, 29% registered Republicans, 25% other. In this election, it's going to be the independents that's going to decide the election. Just to be honest with you, it really is. It's going to be interesting because people are so engaged with this election. So, speaking about this election, your vice president, I know y'all favorite vice president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris recently had a rally. And a lot of people are talking about this rally. Or the guest in particular who was speaking at the rally, Mr. Usher Raymond. Mr. Usher Raymond, we want to play a clip from The View that happened back in September, I think September the 12th. We have not known Usher to be engaged in any kind of political anything. Usher normally just does music.
Just listen
and,
to the
all things that he normally, with acting, whatever else he's choosing to do, but he doesn't really get out there stomping for anybody. But we thought it was interesting that he's out there with Kamala Harris in Atlanta all of a sudden when he's never.
It says Joint School District number 285, Aurora Public Schools ballot issue, right? 5B, right? Okay, just listen, just hear the question. Without imposing any new tax, shall Joint School District number 28J, Aurora Public Schools, debt be increased $1 billion with a maximum total repayment cost of not more than $1.75 or one point. That don't even make sense. I can't even read that number. 1.75 billion for the purposes of, right? So just keep in mind, it said, without imposing any new tax, shall Joint School District, right, debt be increased by $1 billion, right, with a total repayment cost of another 170. Jesus Christ, I can't. That number don't make sense.
175 million.
Yeah, 175 billion. Right. So here's what they want to do. First of all, the answer should be no, just not that question, right? It says prioritize staff and students by addressing security upgrades, including updated cameras, more security vestibules, and new locking mechanisms for classroom doors. No. Building new healthcare focused job skills training school.
Right.
Yeah, right. So all this extra shit, right? Learning.
They're trying to do this shit out in Brighton, though.
This is either way, it's a rural public schools, right? Okay, but either way, right? Building 2 new P8 schools and high school for family moving into new developments. But
Oh,
man,
they're talking about over by Green Valley.
right, in Aurora. This is all Aurora though.
Yeah.
And occurring acquiring occurring constructing by or improving any capital assets the district is authorized by law to own and shall the taxes at the district bond elections 202, 208,
Yeah.
2002 be extended and authorized. I'm like, fuck no. Fuck no. Only an amount sufficient to pay the principal or premium of any interest of such debt and refunding debt or to create a reserve for such payment, and may such debt be evidenced by its issuance of general obligation bonds or other multiple fiscal year obligations to be sold in one series or more for a price above or below principal amount thereof on terms and conditions and for such maturities as permitted by what the fuck? No. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the social impact bonds.
What the fuck? No. The answer is no. Like completing a major remodel of Gateway High School. Fuck that school. I went to that school. That school shit.
They trying to gentrify that part of Aurora now.
It was gentrified when I got here. Now South Aurora, southeast Aurora, right over there where my folks live, right? When we got here, first of all, we didn't know that was a covenant. When we got here, none but white folk lived there. Now the climate has changed over there a little bit. Now they want to re-gentrify it. Fuck no. The answer is no. No. It's like, how are you gonna do all this without raising the tax? You did,
Yeah.
and then you wanna increase the debt without any new tax, and you want to increase the debt by 1 billion with a minimal total repayment. Who the fuck would put themselves in more debt?
Just making a lot of sense.
Not only that, but other schools, man. I mean, motherfucking schools close every year for no motherfucking reason at all. Just like they were trying to tell us at that Black Summit about everybody's getting air conditioning now. What? Shouldn't they have had that shit 2 years ago?
Right.
Like 2 years ago, the motherfucking kids didn't have no motherfucking AC. They've been just living on fucking breath and fucking fans and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I felt like it was motherfucking like I felt like it was like I was watching a movie. God, I can't think of the name of the movie right now.
All right, ladies, I gotta play this clip.
Play the fucking clip, but then, like, do you see the kind of questions they ask you on this ballot? Like,
oh, you got your ballot? Okay.
Yeah. Read it. Look, first of all, like, I don't really give a fuck too much about what's going on over here on this side of town, but just keep it 100. But as I'm reading it, because they didn't send no book over here for this. I don't know for yours.
Send no book over here for us. It's online. All the stuff is online. So if you ain't got access to a computer, because really we need a computer.
All these questions start with, like, just hear this out for 2 seconds. Is that all these questions start out with these ballot measures, right? All they start out with, shall Adams County taxes be increased by $22,200,000 for first full year dollar amount for collection in calendar years 2025 annually by whatever amount is raised thereafter by the imposition of a temporary countywide sales tax? What? No. The answer is no. Everything should just be no. First of all, why the fuck? No. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Reading it, I'm like, why the fuck would we do that? what the fuck is this for? And then I'm reading it, and it's like all this shit. Like, look, financing, planning, entitled, developing, operating, inquiring, preserving, renovating, and administering, maintenance. It sounds like another way to fucking fraud the people.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, this is important, family. That's what I'm saying. Like, I stopped it for a reason because I'm reading it, and I'm reading it with a flashlight because it's dark and I can't see shit. So I'm reading it. I'm like, man, are they serious? Who the fuck votes yes to any of this shit? Like, without imposing any new taxes or preferred measure regarding the ownership of this, like, oh my god, so Adams can't be allowed to collect, retain, and spend revenues from such taxes and interest earning thereof as a voter approved revenue change within the meaning of Article X, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution of annual limits which might otherwise apply or be proposed, including as an approved exception to the limitations set forth in Section 29-1303 in the revised statutes, all in accordance with the Board and County Commissioners resolution. What the fuck does that mean, cuz? Like, you know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying?
Word salad, like you always saying. What's your word salad?
But you see what you see, like, man, that's why we're gonna go over it.
True.
We're gonna have to look it up, but not. I'm gonna just go ahead and say, no, that's too many motherfucking words just for whatever. What the fuck are they asking me? Obviously, I know, but you know, did you understand that, twin? Right. They want a yes or no answer to it, because like, the answer is no, just for the simple fact that I don't know what the fuck you just asked me. And
Right.
where am I supposed to look this shit up? You didn't say no bond, no book. So you want me to go find the internet? Let's just pretend we elders, right? You gotta baby. You help me with this phone, right? So we got a baby moment, right? All right, come on now. It's like voter approved revenue. Man, if it's like that, I'm gonna say fuck no, and I'm gonna keep my revenue in my pocket. Like that. Why can't we just think like that? The answer is no.
Yeah. The answer is usually no to a lot of this shit, including the judges. But we gotta move on, Lady Che.
Fine, Jesse, let's move on from important voting things since we're talking about voting.
We're going to do a voting show sometime this week, so stay tuned for that, y'all. Now, getting back to this Usher situation, so Uncle Phil's supposed to play the clip of Usher endorsing Kamala Harris.
So let's play a clip real quick from hold on.
Thank you for sharing that, Lady Che. We're definitely gonna go over that.
No, I didn't. Hold on, I got y'all.
I
thought I put the clip there. Give me a second.
I was just gonna tell you right now, fellas. The answer's gonna be no to everything.
Give me a second, y'all. I gotta
against Donald Trump because he is an existential threat.
Boom. All right. Have to fix it. I thought I put it up on the screen. All right, that's old Joy Bayard right
why
there.
Why this motherfucking ballots be sitting on the bathroom counter every time?
All right,
they want me to vote.
I'm
like, yeah.
Usher was on The View, and I want you to check this out. What he said back in September when they were trying to press him about the election, right? All right, so here we go.
Against Donald Trump because he is an existential threat to the country. What do you say to that?
You know what? I don't get too deep into politics. I didn't get a chance to watch the debate last night. I obviously have been watching like everybody else. I think voting is an individual choice. And I think that you're right. You have to look at the reality of the country that we are and the country that we want to be and find the candidate that you feel both are who fits the category of where we want to be. And that's it. And that's what you vote based off of, who you highlight and how you choose to highlight it on whatever platform you have is your prerogative.
Yes.
Each and every one.
Okay. So when he said that initially, I applauded that, right? I said, man, that's good. I like that answer because it's a mature answer. It's not leaning one side or another. Cause it's like this. Usher has fans on both sides of the aisle. So why would you want to offend any of your fans, right? When you take a political position, if you don't do this for a living, then that's a business. So people that maybe like Donald Trump or whatever the case may be, go to his concerts. Well, you gonna go one side, say Kamala, oh Kamala, 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 or whatever. Then you go offend this side. If you go to Trump, whatever, then you go offend that side, right? That's just bottom line. Bottom line, bottom line, bottom line. And Dartho, yeah, I get to that a little later, Dartho. I know exactly what you're talking about on there with talking about Diddy, right? Yeah, because something's real strange with why he popped up there all of a sudden. And so that was his position back in September. His homeboy get arrested. Then not long after Diddy gets arrested, all of a sudden his X account gets hacked. His X account, the artist Pink X account, all their accounts get hacked. All their stuff is wiped off, and all of a sudden the later comes back and say, "Oh yeah, I was hacked, but hey, just go to my concert or whatever." Okay, well, man, that was strange. But why would somebody hack your X account, right? But all the stuff, anything relating to Diddy was gone, right? Now, what I think they did was hire a company to scrub their X account of anything related to Diddy, like keywords Diddy, Puff Daddy, whatever. Try to scrub them accounts of anything related to Diddy. Okay, Diddy now he's toxic. Then the man that just said that, hey, make your own choice, whatever, your values are. Okay, fine. Now he comes out with Vice President Kamala Harris in Atlanta. Now, I want you to just watch this. I want you to watch and listen to what he says. And let's get into this conversation here. So let's go.
One of us. It's just 17 days away from a very important election, as we all know. And we have the opportunity to choose a new generation of leadership for our country. We all know what it means to be supportive, but ladies and gentlemen, we are here to support the next president of the United States. Kamala Harris, ladies and gentlemen. I'm supporting Vice President Harris because she fights for everyone's rights, for freedom. And it doesn't matter where you're from. Right. She has a vision for our country that includes everyone. A vision that supports small businesses, invests in our health, in our communities, and gives everyone a chance to get ahead. But we got work to do, Atlanta. ATL, we got work to do to get this campaign across the finish line. I'm counting on you. We can make a difference in this election, Georgia, but we got to be committed to do it. Are you ready? We've lived through some very unfortunate realities of our past. However, we must learn from those moments and understand that the voice that we have makes the difference that we want to see. We have to strive to not allow our past to define our future. That's right. And we need everyone to get out there and to support this campaign. It doesn't matter whether it's going from door to door. Every call matters. Every conversation matters. All of it makes a difference in closing this race. We have the power to change this moment in the present. How we vote. I mean, everything that we do within the next 17 days will affect the lives of our children, of our grandchildren, of the people whom we love the most. Let's vote for a future, ladies and gentlemen. The future that we want them to thrive in. I love you more, but I love Kamala Harris even more. I want her to be our next president of the United States. And we can do it. but we're gonna do it together for our country.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let me back up just a little bit. Hold on. Okay. All right. Before we cue it right back up again, let me get back on screen. So I don't know if y'all paid attention to Usher's body language when he was reading. Now we know Usher, how he performs. We know how he's conducted interviews. We know all kinds of things about Usher, right? Okay, cool. We've been seeing him ever since he was, young, very young.
Like, for real, like.
And the deal is with Usher here.
We could have winked 3 times at us. We would have got it.
Okay.
We'd have got it. Somebody else.
Some of y'all hitting the nail on the head with that. And now, how do you go from? Hey man, look, whatever y'all want to vote for, whatever your value, you gotta make that decision. X, Y, Z, right? You've been known to never get involved with any kind of politics. Nobody's known you to do any of that, right?
You did this for Obama.
So, why now? What made you do a 180 all of a sudden, Usher? You know, like I said, we just speculating here. You know, that's it, speculating. We're not saying any facts. Ain't just speculation.
What they got on him? What they did? They did bring up the puffy shit. Like what? Like let it go. We already know you've been there.
What if the Democrats was like, look, Kamala, we losing. We got to get every entertainer that one black halfway to talk for you at this point, because you can't win it on your own.
In public.
So they said, look,
looked at us in the camera and gave the
what we get. I think Usher, they like Usher. Usher,
and we'd have to
said in the view he didn't want to get involved in politics.
We know he's lying. You know what I mean? Usher in danger. You gotta get him off the stage.
Come to the rally,
you know
speak a few minutes.
Like,
everything. We already got his script already done. Right? All he got to do is go up there and read it. That's it.
I love Kamala.
Okay, shoot. Yeah.
Believe that.
You know, let's say Usher gets a phone call, right?
You can't even
y'all think it's some money. I think it's some money.
On stage. Everybody was losing their girl.
Usher, hey, you know, it'd be great if you can, read a speech at the Harris rally in Atlanta, where you're from.
Like, you could have looked up a couple of times.
I support. And be like, hey, everybody's rights, but I don't really get involved in politics like that.
Like
I'm gonna vote, but I just don't get involved in politics. Well,
he didn't even give us a look.
Let me throw something else at you, Usher.
But I wasn't sure.
Usher, your friend Diddy. The ones your friend, right? You one you was at his house. Word on the street is, there's some tapes out there, Usher, that's in possession of the feds right now.
Okay,
and
so
word on the street is you don't need.
We didn't got that. We didn't understand that.
And
come on, you mean
tell me these tapes come out?
We wouldn't understood that, and that's why
right?
they kind of. Hey, look, man, they got the tapes. They got the tapes.
So
we would have got it.
Now,
all right, you didn't sell us out.
We could try to make sure these tapes don't get out. Because we got it. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? We got it. So if you could just do us a favor and just like go to the rally, we already got a speech prepared. You ain't got to come up with anything. All you got to do is read it. That's it, and then we good. We good, and that's that. You have doing your part to help, the Vice President Harris and the Democrats, get control of the White House.
You can go single him out.
But if you don't do it, I can't guarantee your career is still gonna be intact. If these tapes come out,
right?
Because there's thousands of tapes that the feds got, and I didn't heard you're on it. So
get me started.
But
I miss Diddy sometimes, man. This is a time for Diddy moments, man. But even so, okay, let's be realistic, black people. If let's say that's the case, let's speculate, right? Everybody know that he was over there at the puffy flavor camp, okay, whatever. Everybody know he's been lying and saying he ain't got turned out and all that shit. We know he's been lying about that shit for years. All right, cool. So what? We know that. All right, we know, right? Okay, so they have some video, alleged video. Let's say hypothetically, right? All right, cool. So you mean to tell me, Black family, that we wouldn't wouldn't understand Usher's plight to be like, look, man, I don't need that shit coming out. I've been writing this motherfucking lie to myself for 30 years. Okay? We wouldn't give him no motherfucking grace. Come on, man. That's a full-face lie. Of course we would. He would just looked at us in the camera and gave us the look. Like, niggas, I need your help. They hold him up. Man, fucking Diddy. You know what I mean? I would have been like, he don't mean that shit. He didn't sell us out. Well, it look like we're going to Usher concert next week, baby. You know what I mean? We know that. But this right here is like, did you sell us out, cuz? Did you sell us out for fucking Kamala?
Yes, because remember when he was on The View and they tried to ask him then and he was like, I don't discuss politics.
Right. So let's just speculate. So let's say because it is the government and they probably do got some whole illicit bullshit, right?
Remember how they
him trying to be like, look, man, I'm trying to live my life away from you, Diddy. Right? Trying to have a whole fucking other shit, right? Let's just speculate. So you mean tell us that us as black people that love motherfucking, that love the old Usher and everything he's about, whatever, right? Ain't gonna give him no motherfucking grace.
They ponded Diddy.
Yeah.
Just to use the celebrities so the videos don't drop. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, just think about it like that, right? So we wouldn't forgive Usher for dropping the ball, knowing that he didn't sell us out. He just wanted to save his motherfucking lie that he built up inside himself. I mean, God, man, you have to lie to yourself before you can lie to the public.
Right.
You know what I mean? For 30 motherfucking years, right? Saying, hey, man, Jesus Christ, man, I don't know. I'm just trying to live my life. All right, so we wouldn't give him no motherfucking grace. He'd have looked up at the camera and blinked at us and gave us the look like a hard pause, like, and then went back to reading. And we wouldn't have said, oh, see, he didn't sell us out. He just reading because they got some on him. And then he went back somewhere and said, after the election, I'm sorry, family. I had to. That's all I got to say about that. Let's move on from this. Free tickets for everybody. You know what I mean? We were just, it's just such you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on, it's a lot. We would forget. We would just looked up at the camera and blinked 3 times and we would be like, nigga in trouble right there. We gotta get him. And like, we don't believe you, Usher. We don't believe you, Usher. That ain't you, Usher. Like, he just wanted to crawl back in his turtleneck because you saw he just looked like you wanted to crawl back in his turtleneck. Like, and why you think Usher don't do no acting? He's not an actor. He do music. Yeah. But he barely speak to us as it is.
Yeah.
So you gotta think that you gotta I just want to believe. I just want to believe they got something on him, or they threatened him with something, and he tried to walk away from it. Just the thought of it, is like, oh my God, whatever he did, just because I was in the same fucking vicinity of fucking Diddy, I was in 30 feet of Diddy, I could be implicated. You know what you did? I just want to separate myself. So whatever you want me to do, man. I mean, that would be easier to understand than he sold us out.
Yeah, but let me finish.
If you don't want to be implicated in anything, can you read this thing? That's just my opinion, why he came and did that one. Now, let's go back. Let me tell you why I came to that opinion. It's an opinion, just my opinion. The reason why I came to that opinion is because the way he was reading that speech, right? Now, look, let's go back and watch him. Just watch his energy. Watch him. Don't pay attention to what he's saying. Just watch. Let's play it again.
One of us. It's just 17 days away from a very important election, as we all know. Right, and we have the opportunity to choose a new generation of leadership for our country. We all know what it means.
Impeccable hairline,
ladies and gentlemen, we are here to.
Now, Usher's not moving much. He's sticking to that paper they gave him, right? You can clearly see that. He's just doing what he needs to do here. Trust me, Usher don't need money from them. Y'all need to understand that Usher can go sell out shows. He sell out shows all the time. So no, I know good and well he didn't do this for money.
Support the next president of the United States, Kamala.
Javon is right. He looked like a hostage. That's the same thing I said too. He's like, man, like let me read this so I can get out of here. Yeah, like a hostage, Javon.
Kamala Harris, ladies and gentlemen. I'm supporting Vice President Harris because she fights for everyone's rights, for freedom. And it doesn't matter where you're from. She has a vision for our country that includes everyone. A vision that supports small businesses, invests in our health, in our communities, and gives everyone a chance to get ahead.
Now, Usher don't even engage in that kind of talk on interviews or anything.
At all.
Usher look like he just has to do that, right?
He said Usher making.
He doesn't look happy doing it. He doesn't look enthused doing it. We've seen Usher, right? We know this. We know Usher. Okay.
So we can smoke.
And this is how low they will stoop to force this man. In my opinion, you're forcing this man to do this. This is how low they will stoop to hold on to power.
Like, look at the.
I kind of feel bad for Usher in this situation, believe it or not, because he clearly really don't want to be there.
The whole time.
We got work to do, Atlanta.
We don't move.
We got work to do to get this campaign across the finish line. I'm counting on you.
Does it look like the
we
weekend?
can make a difference in this election, Georgia, but we got to be committed to do it. Are you ready?
Look what he's doing. Look at everybody else.
I mean, so you see how he looked at the crowd, like, "Are you ready?" He just like put his head back down. We know what Usher trying. Usher know how to hype up a crowd. We all know this. Like, come on, y'all. The man does not want to be there.
We've lived through some very unfortunate realities of our past. However, we must learn from those moments and understand that the voice that we have makes the difference that we want to see. We have to strive to not allow our past to define our future.
That's right.
And we need everyone to get out there and to support this campaign. It doesn't matter whether it's going from door to door. Every call matters. Every conversation matters. All of it makes a difference in closing this race. We have the power to change this moment in the present. How we vote days will affect the lives of our children.
I mean, think about it. He's not even picking his head up. He's just sticking to what they wrote for him to say. Right. He didn't even sell it like it maybe could have came from him.
Of our grandchildren, of the people whom we love the most.
I'm looking at
Let's
that.
vote for a future, ladies and gentlemen. The future that we want them to thrive in. I love you more, but I love Kamala Harris even more.
So y'all wrote that in his speech?
Right
y'all
there,
say
look.
that he loved Kamala Harris even more? Like, really? Whoever wrote that? Jesus.
I
Lord.
didn't mean this shit.
I want her to be our next president of the United States. And we can do it, but we're going to do it together.
Usher didn't listen. Trust me, Usher.
He does look like a robot.
Yeah, Usher. I feel like he kind of like one of them offers you can't refuse type of deal. That's my opinion. But let me tell you, Democrats, something. Whether you got something on black celebrities or not, some of them may genuinely want you to be in office, and some of them genuinely do. And then some of them you may have something on them, so you get them to come out. Listen, that's the wrong strategy. We're not listening to entertainers anymore.
Right.
We're not listening to Usher say vote for you. We're not going to listen to Lizzo come out and try to talk for you. We're not listening to Oprah.
Right.
We're not listening to whoever else, Kerry Washington. We're not listening to Taraji Henson. We're not listening to nobody.
Right.
We like them in the field that they're good at, acting, singing. We love them in those positions. that's what some of them went to school for, or some of them are very just gifted naturally. They didn't have to go to school, but we're not going to listen to them on political issues because we know if they're doing something, they're either being paid to do it or whatever way they're doing it, right? We know this. It's another job for them, especially your actors and actresses, whatever. And remember, Democrats, you had Puffy running around talking about vote or die.
Yep.
I mean, y'all was leaning on Puffy heavy many times. Okay?
Yep.
So we know this is something y'all do. So we're not listening to them. So y'all probably, and let me tell you something. If we're not listening to the Democrat Shills, the Democrat Shills at least know some of the talking points, right? The Democrat Shills would be better suited to do this than Usher at this point, right? You would have done better bringing up
Tiffany Cross-Eyed,
Joy Reid up there to say that. At least with Joy Reid, she'll make it sound believable.
I don't even
You
know
understand
why
what I'm saying?
Why we looking on her shit.
You could have brought up Boulay Martin or something to your rally. At least Boulay Martin, he's passionate about Harris. You know what I'm saying? Do that. You know, I'm giving y'all free advice. Do that. Do that much. Bring all the, listen, make the Shills happy. They crash out for y'all. They cuss people out.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very passionate about y'all. And y'all still trying to get celebrities that we're not listening to. Listen, it's a new day, Democrats. It's a new day.
Right.
At one point in time, celebrities used to have a voice like that. Now, they don't. KJM, you say you voted on Saturday for Trump? Okay.
Oh, shit, Judah's in the building.
And you say you can tell that he's not speaking with his own voice. Yeah, we all see that with Usher. That's why, and now he's getting a lot of backlash. Regardless, he's getting backlash because now he's put his weight on Harris and his supporters who may vote for Trump or whatever they voting for, right? Now that could possibly mess with his ticket sales. And this is why I tell people, if you don't do politics for a living, stay away from it.
Right.
Don't let nobody force you into getting involved in politics. Leave that mess alone. It's messy. Yep. It's look how people are acting right now.
Yep.
People are not speaking to family members now behind this election. Why in the world would you even want to risk your career for that? You got people that's, I mean, they've taken this election so far that they literally tried to take the life of President Trump
3 times.
You know, definitely one for sure. They tried to have a second attempt on him, right? Then they said they stopped another guy. Like, this is crazy. And even after all of that, the Democrats are still using that rhetoric saying he's dangerous. He cannot step foot in the White House. I think that one to me is the worst one they keep saying, because I'm like, what do you keep implying? Only thing you need to say is, hey, we need to win the election. Let's win. Let's do this. Let's do that. You don't have to keep using that kind of rhetoric.
Right.
And all you do is ratchet the rhetoric up on the other side too. You know what I'm saying? But nobody listens to celebrities no more, Democrats. So we're not excited. We're like, oh my God, Usher's here. Oh, I'm going to go vote now because Usher told me to. Them days are done.
No, but did he do it for
them days are done.
Somebody else, right? So why the fuck would he do it now?
You say the crowd wasn't enthusiastic. Of course the crowd's not enthusiastic because the crowd, number one, Usher, listen, we know Usher. That is not Usher's energy. Everybody know how Usher is when he performs. That's what they used to. I'm like, dude, what are you doing, Usher? Like, why? Why? It just, like I said, it made me think they told him we got you on tape. So you need to go ahead on and get out here and say you love. Look, think about it. He loved Kamala Harris. Really? Y'all really put that in the speech for that man? On top of that, he was in the back with her doing pictures and video for TikTok, and even that he didn't look like he wanted to be there. Let me see if I can find that video real quick. Maybe on my page here. Let me see if I can find that. Just give me a second. I want y'all to see what I saw. Right. Okay, give me a second. I'm putting Usher. Okay, there we go. I think it's right here. Let me see. and they end up putting it on his page. So let me download this real quick, y'all. Let's give me a second so y'all can see this. They did a whole TikTok on his page.
And I'd say,
when the man didn't look like he wanted to be there. Let me get this down here.
I'm like,
Post
shit, I don't know how I got off there. Like, I'm not controlling my own media right now, so
Let me get this TikTok to y'all so I can download and show y'all exactly
just
what
walk
I'm
off.
looking at.
Let it know. You just tell us so. Like,
we do things on the fly over here, right?
That's kind of sellout. My opinion.
Oh my God. You don't sound Uncle Bill.
Didn't they have a?
Do you know them? No. But in DeClerc, we all fam. What? In DeClerc,
Okay, so
we all fam.
that was the video. So I mean, and they were posted to his page and all of that. So I'm like, I say, okay. So they made him do a video for TikTok. He had to do a TikTok video, and he had to go read a script. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Harris is down that bad. She's down that bad.
Yep.
That you literally getting celebrities out here to try to post up on their page for you. Now you may say, hold on. You say Usher loves men being allowed in women's restrooms, lockers. See, yeah, you say Usher don't even talk like that. It felt all forced. Yes. But what I'm saying is that's how desperate the Democrats are, because trust me, if they had some wins, Trump and her wouldn't be neck and neck on anything. Be honest with you, she should have got 100% of the black vote. She could have got 100% of the black vote. But the reason why she's not getting 100% of the black vote is because she's never been for black people. She flip-flop on identity every 5 minutes. 1 minute she's an East Indian, the next minute she's talking about she black like me. Then her other fellow traveler, Barack Hussein Obama, that has the same almost background to a point, he come wagging his finger, and people still haven't forgot about Obama. Like, people are really pissed off with him about how dare he go wag his finger about it, claiming that, oh, you just don't want a woman? Like, basically calling, all black men misogynists. And somebody should have told him, like I said before, should have asked him what a woman is.
Right.
So we can hear his explanation of what a woman is, so we can make sure that's what the case is. Because the Democrat Party can't define a woman. So Barack Obama, once again, how dare you say that you can't define what a woman is? I mean, tell me what a woman is, and we'll figure that one out. Then on top of that, Kamala sends him out here, because she did, thinking that you gonna get them black men told. No, because a lot of black men aren't voting for her. A lot. And a lot of white men, too. See, Barack Obama should have went and talked to white men, because he is half white. Why didn't he go talk to white men?
Right.
Because you had got more problem with your white brethren, Obama, than the black one, right? Yeah, his mama's white. So he should have went and talked to white men like that too, and tell white men they just don't want to go vote for a woman.
Taking his ass, yep.
Right? Because white men is his brothers.
I mean,
I heard they booed Obama this weekend. Y'all know where that footage at? 'Cause I was trying to find it. Maybe I need to look on TikTok or whatever. But like he needs to go talk to his white brothers. That's part of his family. I ain't seen him go wag his finger at them white folk. He half white, so go talk to them too. That's his brothers.
I sent somebody else to do it.
Well, you say Philip Chandler said they would have whipped his butt. I don't know what they would have did. I don't know. I'm just saying to go talk to them, because statistically,
I tried this
white men
at my government name
don't vote for Democrats like that. They vote more so Republican, right? Go talk to white women. I mean, that's his family as well. White women. Go talk to them why they're not voting for Harris. Now, those same white women didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, a white woman. Why do you think they're gonna vote for Harris? Like, that's some things y'all really don't think about, right, Democrats? If Hillary Clinton could not get the white vote like that, and she was a white woman, white women, you would have thought that white women would have came out and voted for Hillary, right? Hillary believed in the abortions, and Hillary believed in immigration, LGBT. Hillary believed in all that, and yet Hillary Clinton, who actually have way more experience by leaps and bounds than Harris, right? She's been a first lady. She's been a secretary of state. She's been a senator. You know, she's been around a long time, Hillary Clinton. So if anybody between Harris and her that would be quote unquote qualified to be in that position, probably Hillary Clinton over her, right? We just talking about qualifications. And yet white women didn't go vote for her. But where's Obama gonna wag his finger at white women?
Never.
This is an ugly conversation right
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Well, if y'all can send it to me, because I haven't seen the video. Maybe I can pull it up on TikTok real quick, and maybe we can get it. I don't know, but let's see. Maybe y'all. Let me see if I can pull it up on TikTok. I'm trying to find it, but I can't. I don't know where it's at. I don't see it on TikTok. So where y'all seen this at? Y'all say he was booed, but I don't see it.
Could have heard that.
I mean, like, it's not unusual that
I don't see it. So yeah, if y'all got it, send it to me or tell me where it's at, and we'll probably cover that tomorrow. You said Biden should have chose Val Demings.
Slandering.
Hey,
basically.
Yeah, he could have chose her. At least Val Demings. She's not a woman that we would say that's not a black woman. I mean, he had a choice to choose between Val Demings, Keisha Lance Bottoms. I think, was it Susan Rice? I think Susan Rice was on the list. And
I mean, like,
it was one more than Kamala, but he chose Kamala.
He's doing the worst.
I guarantee you, Val Demings wouldn't have stabbed him in the back like that. But you know, that's who they wanted.
And at this point in time,
well, you know, hey, even if they quote unquote took it down, it's somewhere because the internet's forever.
I have policy at all whatsoever that's even realistic.
you say, hold on, I'm laughing at this one. You say Obama being a little sassy too. You say they mad black men got a brain now. Oh, Obama been sassy. Obama been talking crazy to black people. We just now not putting up with it. See, before we were just kind of okay, all right. Now black people like, how dare you? Who you think you are? You coming from Martha's Vineyard, come and talk to us? Who you think you're talking to, bro?
You know what I mean?
Like it's not like you went back to Chicago and lived among, you know, at least I'm not saying he gonna go live on the south side of Chicago or something, but dog, you could at least went and live downtown somewhere or some nice area of Chicago. At least where the black people at, right? At least they in the city with you. You went to Martha's Vineyard. The most lily white place in America you can go to is Martha's Vineyard. So we ain't trying to hear you, Obama.
Right.
I mean, like,
not trying to hear Obama.
I don't even know what to say about that. Like,
Obama should have went back.
I don't understand it either. So I'm
to
like,
Chicago, bought him a nice place in Chicago, and make a difference in Chicago, right? To put his presidential library in Chicago, but is it gonna be on the south side? Those of you from Chicago, where they supposed to be at?
It's like
is the library supposed to be on the south side of Chicago or the west side?
He wasn't like that before, so how can you really explain?
I'm trying to see if y'all know
like that now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Obama gonna try to talk to black folks, but he in Martha's Vineyard, man, please. Well, I don't care if I had the money to be in Martha's Vineyard. I don't want to be over. Listen, let me tell you something. Black people, black Americans in particular, we don't want to be in no places there's no black people. We really don't. We cool being in, like, maybe it's of a diverse place, but we don't want to be like the only black person in the sea of mayonnaise. We don't want to do that. Number one, the rule is this. you're gonna deal with more anti-black racism when you're in situations like that. Because when you don't have no numbers behind you, they get bold. That's number one. Number two, you don't want that bland food they're gonna cook. Have you been to any area where black people really not at? Let me tell y'all a quick story. So, you said the South Side near 63 to Stony Island? Okay, the South Side. Okay. So my daughter was going to, she got a track scholarship.
There's no moderation. You either go all the way, or you
coming from here. You coming from Houston. Houston's a 24-hour city, basically, right? There's always something to do here in Houston.
30%
to go to Wheeling, West Virginia. She had got a full scholarship to go over there, run track. So we went over there, and I'm like, man, what is this?
Yeah, right.
Folks everywhere. But all the school, all the track and football, a lot of black kids, right? That they recruited to go to this school, Wheeling University in Wheeling, West Virginia.
Don't want to be around.
And Wheeling is about 1 hour from Pittsburgh. So, you want to go just, do something. Really, you need to leave over there and just go to Pittsburgh and do something, right?
And it can go either direction.
As a matter of fact, they didn't even have an airport. You had to fly into Pittsburgh and drive to Wheeling.
Yeah. So it can go either direction.
We went to some places, over there to eat or whatever. And I mean, the food was just
everything's okay. So there's no pleasing nobody, man. Just at this point in time,
stuff would close early around there, 8, 9 o'clock.
I know what I would like.
Why am I? Oh, why am I here? Why did I choose?
And I know what I would tolerate.
This one they gave you.
I don't know what I would do.
I don't know about last year. I know. I can't.
I couldn't
with these people here. I can't. I was trying to talk to her. I said, look, you got friends, all the black kids. They was all hanging together, whatever, right?
Yeah, you know exactly what.
But she was. Long story short, she couldn't hang with it. She just couldn't. She said it was just away from home for one.
I'm cool with
that. And then it wasn't even like maybe she said it was like Pittsburgh, probably a little better. Black folks are in Pittsburgh, you got black folks over there. But it's just, I mean, in a way, I get it because it was like, man, how y'all live like this? It's just so. With that being said, like, how do you go move to Martha's Vineyard with them folks? I can't do it. I can't do it.
Like the kind of semi-custom.
You got nice places in major cities in the U.S. where black folks at. A lot of nice places you can stay. I mean, if you're mega rich, think about it. Houston, the surrounding areas, you got Dallas, surrounding areas too, right? Black folks.
Then we come on a certain level.
You got Atlanta, a lot of rich people in Atlanta. You got a lot of successful black people in Charlotte, Washington D.C., New York City. New York got so many people, man. It's like when I go to New York, I talk to so many people. That's one thing I say about New York, boy. You get into a lot of conversations, a lot of immigrants in New York. But my experience with the immigrants in New York has been cool. A lot of them, watch the show, so I appreciate it. When I talk to the immigrants, I learn a whole lot from them. But yeah, it to me is just, I'm sorry, there's no excuse to go in any area like that. Then, from my experience, I'm sorry, my research. When the black population is like 1-2%, you have a high probability of anti-black attacks.
That's a personal choice.
If you can stay in an area where it's 10% or more of a black population, it's a lot better off for you. Because at least if something happened to you, you have some backup. Right. You don't have no backup when the population is only 1-2% black. That's why I always have to tell people what's the demographics of where you stay. Research that junk because that matters to a black person. So Obama ain't got nothing to do with it. That's why he can live over there with them folks. He ain't got no problem. Right. And he got Secret Service, so nobody gonna mess with him on a good day. Trust me. He's highly protected. The rest of us, we don't get Secret Service detail. He do.
So that's another separatist issue. But keep in mind, separatism is just a choice at some point. Personal choice. After,
you say Hyde Park is an integrated neighborhood in Chicago where he was planted. Okay. He still could have went back to Chicago and you know what I'm saying? He should, like I said, Chicago, man, I really like Chicago, man. Chicago, them brothers and sisters in Chicago is man, they was real cool. They were real cool. Like I say New York, Chicago, Atlanta got great black people, Washington, D.C. Everywhere I go, man, them cities like that, man, black people are cool, man. I don't know, man. It's just Dallas. You know, when I met Houston, man, we just about the same everywhere, man. So shout out to the community. Even all the immigrants I met in New York.
Like I'm missing out on too much.
Or just FBA New Yorkers. Man, it's just great people. Certain places that the Obamas could have stayed in this country, but you could go to Martha's Vineyard. Okay. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all from Black Butterfly. Say if you from Chicago, okay, yeah. Shout out Chicago. I gotta go back. I told my little girl, I said you need to go to Chicago. I said I need to take you to Chicago. My 10-year-old, right? She wants to go to Chicago. She wants to. I want to see how cold it get out there. I said, ooh, I don't know about going in the cold months. I said because now brother Sharif, Cameron, videographer, he's from Detroit, and so he was like, oh no, I don't go to Chicago or Detroit. And he said Detroit, and those you brothers from Detroit. He said that right after Thanksgiving, he said it's like a clockwork with the weather. He said in
my eyes are wide the fuck open now.
Sometimes your flight get canceled, trying to go to Detroit and all that stuff. Chicago with the snow and you know. But my little girl wants to go to Chicago, so I gotta figure that one out. Gotta definitely figure that one out. You say Chicago City flipping red. We'll see. We'll see in the election.
Every day, all day long.
When is Brandon? I'd look at when's Brandon Johnson coming up for I guess re-election? Because y'all got to get rid of him. He's a problem. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button. It's very, very important.
He's a problem. Eric Adams is a problem. But look how the old white boy swooping is gonna look like he coming out like a bed of roses. Cause that's racism, white supremacy. If we talk about the 3 motherfucking mayors. They were pivotal in trying to go up to Washington, ask for money for this motherfucking migrant situation in the sanctuary cities, right? You got Eric Adams, Johnson, and Johnson, right? And the 2 black ones are the ones everybody's disgusted with, and they can't stand. Eric Adams just got he got indicted or some shit, right? Something crazy like that, right? Over some. It wasn't. I don't even think it had anything to do with anything, right? Russian money or Turkish money or some shit, something stupid, which I really questioned, like, was it even necessary? But all right, whatever. So him, right? Then you got Chicago clearly fucking up. He clearly fucking up, right?
Yeah.
And then you got the old white boy Mike Johnson, right? Right? Our mayor, right? Yeah. I just seen that motherfucker. I swear to God, I just seen that motherfucker like 5 days ago at the Black Summit. He waved at me and gave me a pat on the shoulder, because I swear to God.
Wow.
I swear to God, right? I swear to God, on the fucking Villain's life, that truly happened, right? Because I was at the Black Summit the first day when what's his face was fucking with me, right?
Yeah.
Like, he got an award and walked the fuck out. Okay, that's what he did. Got an award and walked the fuck out. So a black person gave him an award and he walked the fuck out. Right? Black Summit. All right, cool, fine. Right? But look, right now, currently, he looks amazing. If you go with what the media say, right? If you go off, you don't even have to talk about it. Just look at the city council, all this development, right? And the mayor, this, that, this homeless housing and all this shit. The streets is fucking like whatever, like a ghost town, fucking everywhere. You know what I mean? And rapid gentrification. And then what do you see? You really look like during the last couple of weeks, right? You saw all the black people shut out over here, right?
Up another protest at UCLA.
So you got these 2 black mayors, right? Getting fucked with. Well, first of all, Brandon, he brought that shit on himself. And Eric Adams, you saw Eric Adams try to do some work, and it be rejected on it. You know what I mean? But you see what is fucking old white boy swooping, the co-opter of fucking black people ideas and shit, because he did it not just to us. He did it to the task force, right? He clearly did it and didn't give no fucks about it, right? Clearly he did it right in front of us.
Yeah.
So you see him looking like a nice clean bed of white motherfucking roses. And it's just a sign. It's just a sign of racism and white supremacy in full motherfucking effect. And I'm looking at it like stranger, stranger looking at it. I took myself out of it, but did take myself out of it. It's looking at it from stranger's perspective. He looked like he's just the greatest mayor in on earth right now, right? But I bet if we asked anybody, physically asked anybody what they thought of the mayor, they'd be like, man, you know what I mean? And then be quiet. They'd be like, man, and that'd be that. Real shit. Real shit.
A lot of them still think that Hancock is still the mayor.
Well, a lot of motherfuckers don't even, I mean, they know. Even Mayor Hancock got an award that night.
Yeah.
Cause you got there a little late. I was there earlier. Yeah, that first night before I had to leave, right?
Right.
I can see now why. I can see why you were upset. I got there right on time, so I had been experiencing fucking with me for like a good hour before you showed up. But prior to all that, even Mayor Hancock got an award. Somebody collected it for him. For what? I forgot, but it didn't even fucking matter. He wasn't there. I'm just saying. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, and I'm not surprised at what's happening with Black people in our state.
Yeah.
I want to say I'm disappointed, but I'm not. This is like business as usual. However, at this point in the game, all this, it's like we were just been talking to ourselves, as I feel like, and they know goddamn well that they're doing something completely fucking wrong, but they continue to allow the sham to happen. For what? I don't know, because nobody's elevating. Like if I like hypothetically, I'm not gonna do it, but hypothetically, okay, hypothetically, a fictional character wants to sell out their own motherfucking community. You should be getting paid majorly.
Right.
And somewhere you should tell the truth to your motherfucking community. Like, look, check this out. I have to do this, and this is what I did with the money. I spread it amongst us in the community in my own little way. Just know I had to do it just because of this, and that. But I donated 5,000 here, 5,000 here, 5,000 here, and I made sure they didn't fucking bulldoze our shit over. Because that's all we got, family. You know what I mean? And there was a memo went out somewhere secretly. Don't share it with the white folk. Something, man, something. But no, there's no elevation. These motherfuckers are shilling. There's no real money going out. So you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart, which is even worse. You're voluntarily being enemy to us. You're enemy. You like race enemy. Like you basically are enemy to your race. Like off top, and then the community that you live in. There's no longer the community that you live in. You did?
Yep.
Okay, what's next?
Moving along. These damn Shills are now
Does that make sense? Because it felt like it made sense when I said it. Like I was saying it.
Yes.
It made sense, right?
Yes, it made a lot of sense. All right, so despite desperate Shills are now claiming Kamala Harris was distant cousins with Aaliyah, my birthday.
Oh, man, that's a reach.
About to talk about.
Somebody gonna pull that genealogy.
Trust me when I tell you, I was wondering the same thing myself when I first came across it. And this was posted in my Discord, and I said I have to talk about this because this is a bridge too far. Now people are really reaching with this, in my God honest opinion. So as you can see, we see two people. You have Kamala Harris and you have Aaliyah. And you're just trying to probably figure out why in the world is there's a picture of the late great Aaliyah next to Kamala Harris. Well, apparently some sleuths decided they were going to do some genealogy digging and about Kamala Harris's ancestry because they still want us in the world to believe that this is a Black woman. And then they came across some images or some things that link Kamala Harris allegedly to Aaliyah via their great grandparents. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, okay, I see what they're trying to do. And even then, I don't think that's going to work. But I'm going to read this article because this article was written up on Media Takeout of all places. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This would not be a place that I would get any type of news source from. But I figure, let me entertain the foolishness just slightly and counter it. And this was posted on September 27, 2024. Presidential hopeful Kamala Harris and the late singer Aaliyah were kin, Media Takeout is hearing or alleged.
So they're spreading rumors.
A few Twitter sleuths did a bit of genealogical digging and turned up surprising results. Democratic presidential nominee U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris, let me skip that part because it's just talking about a picture, is a soon-to-be president. Harris has been criticized by Trump supporters who have been constantly making up lies and telling anyone who will listen that she's quote-unquote not black. Trust and believe me, I'm not a Trump supporter, and I've been saying that this woman isn't black for a while. And that's the thing that gets me. People have been saying that this woman hasn't been black even before Trump said something, but now that he said something, now it's linked directly to him, thus giving him all the credit. And that's something I've been trying to tell people what they're doing. They need to attach it to a boogeyman, that being 45, in order for them to now say it's a conspiracy. Those lies unfortunately made their way to Janet Jackson, who repeated them during a recent interview with The Guardian. Janet is currently facing backlash from Kamala's millions of supporters. Trust and believe me, they all sound exactly like robots, but we over here in the grassroots support what Janet Jackson said. Right. Well, let's be clear, since Kamala Harris' father is black, they keep lying on that one, literally lying on that one. And the Twitter users have shown that she even has famous black cousins, albeit distant ones. R&B singer Aaliyah's great-great-grandparents are also Kamala's, so that makes them third cousins, and here are the receipts, and I'm going to insert the images right now. So this is coming off of the Aaliyah Legion X account, and it says user Clyde the Connect did some research on Esther Adelaide Anderson, born April 8, 1852, and Henry Stain Allen, born August 24th, 1848, and basically found out they are great-great-grandparents of Aaliyah and Kamala Harris. So basically what they're saying is because of this, now people can no longer say that that Kamala Harris isn't black because she's distant cousins with Aaliyah. This is how far of a reach they have gone to make this claim that they would actually pull something like this up. Now, let's hypothetically say that this is indeed true. Why hasn't Kamala Harris come out and confirmed or denied this claim? That's what I'd like to know. Why hasn't she come out and said anything to back up the claim in which she can say that this is actually true? And like I said, I know exactly what it is that they're trying to do. They're trying to link Kamala to Aaliyah so they can say, now y'all can stop saying that this woman isn't black because Aaliyah is indeed a black woman. And well, it's very interesting too, because if that is indeed true, then what I found on Google about Aaliyah is even more interesting. So check this out. I went on Google and typed in Aaliyah's lineage. Those were just the two words that I typed in. And this is what came up. It said Aaliyah's father is of African Jamaican descent, and her mom's mother, which is her grandmother on her mother's side, which is Aaliyah's grandmother, Mentis, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, was of Native American ancestry from the Oneida tribe. It says Aaliyah once stated, "When I wake up in the morning, I am African American. When I go to sleep at night, I am African American. And I can assure you, I love who I am." Now, the bigger question here is this. When has Kamala Harris ever made a statement like that? Never. Now, according to Google, again, this is what Aaliyah's lineage is. But she has identified herself as a black woman. Honestly, we've always seen her as a black woman. She's never, to us, at least from what we saw when she was alive, identified as anything else but that. However, when you ask Kamala Harris the same question, it's these random responses. And again, like we've said, posts and statements that have been made about her typed up about her in articles. She's always been labeled as Indian American or this American or that American. And she's like, that's why I call her Kamala the Chameleon. And then it's like, we keep telling people, but then we get so much pushback, and then now we're being deemed and labeled as conspiracy theorists. I gotta tell you, it's the wildest, weirdest thing to me and to several others. But this right here, this new maneuver that they got going on right now with this, I take that with a huge grain of salt. You know, like I said, like hypothetically say that they are cousins. Why hasn't she ever come out and confirmed or denied it? My thing is this: if I was related to a big star like that, and we was cousins of some sort, I will go out of my way to find out if we are indeed cousins and see if I can actually meet them. You know, try to find a way to see if it could actually happen. Another thing is, if they are cousins, now they said they're distant cousins, which means they had no type of connection with each other whatsoever. But it's never come up before until now. And the thing is, Aaliyah is not here to speak up on this alleged ancestry that these two have that are allegedly linked. But her brother is still alive, her mother is still alive, and I don't know about her dad. But someone who's connected to Aaliyah as a family member, if this is true, can come out and say something too, but they haven't either. So again, I take it with a grain of salt, and it's coming from Media Takeout. So I really side out its whole new revelation, if you can call it that.
Right. Like, why the fuck?
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
Some sort of shit like
Enjoy free 1-hour delivery when you spend $35.
Or whatever. And bam, Google picked up some answers and they just ran with that. They just picked up, oh yeah, this looks like.
Tired of the rat race in America? Are you ready to visit the motherland to relax and rejuvenate? Are you ready to explore all that Africa has to offer? Then check out the brand new Diversified Game Academy course, Preparing for My First Trip to Africa. Are you worried about being able to afford the trip? We got you. We will show you how to travel either on a budget or as a baller. Learn how to stress the value of the USD. Did you know that 100 United States dollars is worth over 1,000 South African rand, or 10,000 Kenyan shillings, or 54,250 West African CFA? Are you worried about taking your kids? Get the game from Kellen Cash, a bona fide world traveler, having traveled to almost 20 countries, several of those in Africa. Get the game on taking your kids on their first trips. Learn how to find the best tickets, get the visas, and plan your own adventures in Africa. Don't let Eddie Murphy have all the fun. Plan your own coming to Africa trip starring you, produced by you, and featuring you. If you are ready for a life-changing experience, sign up for our course today, Diversified Game Academy. Get prepared and purchase at diversifiedgame.com.
Finding the right real estate professional can be challenging. I'm broker Melissa Wilson. I'm knowledgeable in all aspects of the real estate process. So whether you're looking to buy new or an existing home or have a commercial need, I'm here to help.
Make sure you pick up my 2 books that's in Amazon right now. The first one is Passive Aggressive Racism, the System of White Supremacy. And I talk about in that particular book how the system of white supremacy really runs on our daily lives here in America. In our latest book, 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind, we go through those steps to try to deprogram you from the system of white supremacy. Make sure you can pick up those books on Amazon.com. Introducing the African Diaspora News Channel app, your gateway to stories that's overlooked by the corporate mainstream media.
At
African Diaspora News Channel, we cover stories that don't receive mainstream attention, and we serve as the voice to the global Black community. We are committed to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African diaspora one story at a time.
With our platform, we're helping to end injustice by exposing.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here this evening. We are here. Thank you for joining us this evening. We're gonna have a good conversation about your favorite Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Devi Harris. Won't go by her husband's name, but she gonna go by her maiden name. Men know the problem with that. I don't have to go into that conversation, but you know, Doug is Doug, right? So that makes sense for him. Hope everybody's doing well. It's the 16th. We were trucking along. I've heard some people have really been coming out to early voting in Georgia. You know, so that's you know, pretty good. You know, I know of course the immigrant population are voting for her. I saw this one immigrant doctor. I think it was on X. I saw this. Nigerian went to vote for Kamala because you know Kamala's supporting the immigrants, and so all the immigrants say they're gonna go vote for her. They don't want to vote for Trump because they think Trump will throw them out. So that's that, right? So it looks like she can got that population sewn up, but it's not enough of them to vote for her to keep her and get her into the White House. Because if that was the case, then you know how that would go. She wouldn't be talking to the Black community, right? But Black America will make or break any Democrat politician. That's just bottom line. You would think they would play ball with Black America, but they don't want to do it because that's the white supremacy in them. Like, we ain't got to be sitting up here negotiating with these Black folk. Who are they? We are the white supremacists. They are beneath us. What are you talking about? And that's how the Democrat Party feel about Black people. Completely. Y'all just say it's the Republicans. It's both of them. Let me tell y'all something. The Republicans and the Democrats feel the same way about Black people. Both of them do. Like, I've been saying that a long time ago. They are in both agreement that they want to maintain white supremacy, and they will use Stephen, they will use Stephanie all day long on the plantation to help maintain it, no matter what side it is, right? I don't know. That's why it's so funny to me to watch Black folks crash out for the plantation. You're just crashing out to be a house ninja. That's all you're crashing out for. You're not crashing out to say, you know, I'm getting with them because they're going to help me have my own. No, because let me tell you something about a lot of these people, these Democrat shills too. They don't want to do nothing on their own. They want Massa to give them a good job. Tell Massa to keep that overseer, aka the police, off their back. Let them take a vacation. Let them get drunk, high. Maybe they can go to some P. Diddy parties or something and be a deviant. And that's it. They don't want to run nothing. They don't want to be in charge of a society. They don't want to know how to work the power grid. They don't want to know about plumbing. They don't want to know about fixing cars. They don't want to know about nothing. Let Massa do it all. You know what I'm saying? We have them in our community. They don't want to do nothing for. So when you talk about doing something for self, or even saying that, you know what, I ain't trying to fool no Democrats or Republicans. I'm politically independent. So you mess it up for them. And they know that because you put more pressure on them to actually think for themselves and actually do something for themselves, right? Because yes, there are people who are descendants of house ninjas. You better believe that. There are people who are descendants of cowards in our community. There are people who are descendants of sellouts who snitched out the right brothers and sisters who were trying to do slave revolts. Then people still run around our community. And usually the apple don't fall too far from the tree, usually in your lineage. A lot of times, if you was a coward back then, a lot of times that cowardice stay in your bloodline. If you was courageous back then, usually that courageous stay in your bloodline. A lot of times you'll get too far from it. Some people may break the generational curse of it, but a lot of people don't. So I'm glad y'all here. I'm glad people come in. Well, people coming in pretty fast tonight. We ain't even got started too good. All right, well, welcome. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're going to get to your vice president. So let's go ahead on and, you know, what are we going to do tonight? What are we going to do tonight? All right. So how long is this video? because I got a little time, right? Yeah, there you go. All right, so let's go ahead on and do Woody, and then we'll get started with Vice President.
I probably did. I know. I would. Detective Thorpe, his brain was the size of a squirrel brain. So you can just tell him anything, he gonna go for it.
You're right. At this time, the state's going to ask permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor. Granted. Thank you.
What that mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
Yeah. Isn't it true that in the January 11, 2015 interview, that you told Detective Thorpe that at Club Crucial on that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that
PDF Filler, your best friend this tax season. Forget printing, scanning, and waiting days to submit paper tax forms. Click the link to access PDF Filler's library with millions of forms ready to fill out and submit to the IRS online in minutes on any device. Millions use PDF Filler to easily edit, sign, print, download, and submit tax forms to the IRS. Save time and never miss a deadline. Sign up and start using PDF Filler today.
Jesse.
Yeah.
You fell asleep, cuz? Yeah, you did. Get Skip, please. What I said. Yeah.
The new limitless pan collection by Verse. Only at Decc.
Kel punched you in the back of your head.
I don't recall what I told you to tell.
And it's not. I'm sorry.
Right. Oh shit. Moving on.
Yeah, you fell asleep. We finished that last one, so.
How about Usher? Yeah. I don't think so. Oh, the Aaliyah one.
We finished that one too.
All right, now then we're on to the most toxic black man in on YouTube then.
That's not what this is, though.
No.
You ought to just wrap it up after this one, because
No, I was gonna do one more after this. On the clip. Yes, so the next. Man, Black TV. You're gonna break down the difference between being pro-black and not being does not equate to being pro-Trump.
okay. Did you find it?
Yep.
All right, hold it down for a minute. I'll be right back.
The most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet, and I am Black Up in Your Face again with some
right
back commentary. So I was just dropping my little girl off at school, and as I'm driving home, I noticed that there's lots of, those political yard signs, and I've seen a couple of them where people are clearly supporting Donald Trump. And, I noticed some other little things in their yard that, symbolizes what their mindset is as to why they're voting for Trump. You'll see like a Confederate flag maybe somewhere, or back the blue, or you'll see those Punisher logos on their car. So they have a very specific reason why they support Donald Trump. And when I saw that, I wanted to do this video. It inspired me to do this video because I want to make a clear distinction, okay? And I want to make sure that, because I don't think a lot of Black content creators in the new Black media are being as clear as they should be on this. But I don't really consider myself as much a part of that, but I know a lot of people do, so I want to make sure there's a clear distinction here. And people need to understand that just because we are very hard or don't support Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, that does not mean we think that you should vote for Donald Trump, okay? Because there's a lot of confusion out there because there's so many opposing voices now to the Democratic Party. Now, we've been very critical of not only Kamala Harris, but the Democratic Party for a long time, even going back to the Obama years. It was funny because when Barack Obama came out recently and basically wagged his finger and chastised Black men for not supporting Kamala, everyone seemed to have caught up with where we have been since like 2012. You know what I mean? Like people like myself have been critical of the Obama administration and him personally since then. But now it seems like everyone's catching up and realizing what type of a person he is and why he's someone that we should not follow or listen to. Like everyone's starting to get it now as to why we had a problem with Obama, right? But once again, I still need to make that clear distinction because like I've noticed that, a lot of people have been playing these videos or these commentaries by people or mostly Black men, where Black men have been kind of going in on Obama. And I've noticed that a lot of those Black males, a lot of them are, let's just be honest, a lot of them are coons. A lot of them are conservatives who have been supporting the Republican Party for a long time. These aren't Black men who are just all of a sudden deciding to switch over from Democrat to Republican. These guys have been Republican operatives for a long time because I've seen a lot of them on social media. I've known of them for years now. They've been buck dancing and samboing for a long time. And for the truth of the matter is, a lot of these guys are just the Republican version of the Democratic shills that we deal with. So all the Democratic shills you can think of have their Republican counterparts on the other side of the political aisle. So we want to be careful with who we're showcasing as to, I understand everyone's not supporting Kamala and not supporting Obama right now, but be careful of who you prop up. All right, because I want people to understand that we do not, or at least I can say I do not. I can only really speak for myself, but I don't support Donald Trump, not in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Okay. When I see so many of these Republican operatives who have been operating on social media, refuting what Barack Obama says or pushing back against the Democratic Party, like, okay, I might agree with them on certain things, but these guys do not have the solution either. I want people to start thinking a little bit further than what is provided to them by this system, okay? Because so many of these conservatives and Republicans, they keep using the terminology that the Democrats want to keep Black people on the Democratic plantation. And I accept that, that's fine. But what they will never acknowledge and what they won't do is they won't say, well, I've really just moved from one plantation to another. That's all Black conservatism and Black Republicans are. They're people who they've made a good start. It's like almost like they decide, okay, yeah, I don't like this plantation, I'm going to run away, and then they literally run to the plantation down the road and say, hey, I want to be a slave here rather than be a slave at the other plantation. That's basically what it is. It's not, you haven't freed yourself, you haven't figured things out, you only taken the very first steps. And that's for your average Black Republican or Black conservative. They've taken the first steps, I guess, but they're still contained within the slave mind system. They haven't fully broken out of it yet. And I don't want to be someone that's compared with them or someone that is put in the same category as them because I don't support the Democrats, because I sure as hell don't support Donald Trump either. In fact, the more I think about it, Donald Trump is probably one of the best things to happen to this particular political system, because really before he showed up, a lot of people were losing faith in the political system. They were starting to realize that these politicians on both sides were both basically the same. So, these Democrats and Republicans that we've gotten over the last few decades, starting with like the Clinton era, there's no real difference between them. They have all the same policies when it comes to, dealing with the world and how they really deal with corporations. The only difference maybe is, or the only difference they pretend to have is some of these social issues. But really there's no difference between them. Okay, they talk and act and vote and build the same types of bills and policies the same, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people are starting to figure that out, that, these politicians are really no difference. That's why there's so much camaraderie and friendship between the Clintons, the Bush family, and the Obamas. If you notice that a lot of them, they like to hang out together and, put up this big front of friendship when they're in front of the camera and even behind the camera. There's a continuity within those administrations and those families that they try to maintain. And Donald Trump kind of upset that. So a lot of people think that, Donald Trump is maybe a savior in that regard. And he appears to be someone that thinks differently or does things differently. But the truth of the matter is he's no different. He's another oligarch, but maybe he has some different ideas about how to do certain things. He might be, in my opinion, he's probably more in line with the older Republican mindset of people like maybe like Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan. So he might be a little bit out of date with how the globalists want to control things within the country. And, he's basically, so what you have is basically like a war between ideologies of different eras, right? So really, that's why he's always preaching about making America great again. He's always talking about going back to a certain way America was at a different time. So that's really the only difference between those administrations that I named, the Clintons, Bushes, and Obamas, and what we have with Trump. But at the end of the day, he is not a solution. There's only a solution, or he's only helping in degrees. If there is any help to be had, he's definitely not helping Black people as a collective. If Black people are able to glean something off of his administration, it will be almost by accident, but it's definitely not going to be something that's going to be helpful to you. All right. And, I understand that he talks about, people are talking about like he's going to bring back stop and frisk and whatnot. A lot of that stuff is stuff that doesn't scare me as much. I understand that both Donald Trump and his ilk want to bring back almost a tyrannical-like system. In my opinion, maybe that needs to come back because maybe then black people will get it that they need to push back against this system. You know, I've always said that Donald Trump was a perfect representation of the American system. He's America without the makeup and without the gloss on it. You know, he's out there, out front, pushing American imperialism and narcissism and arrogance and stupidity. It's right there on Front Street with Donald Trump. A lot of these other candidates, both on the Democratic side and the Republican side, they're made up to look like they're nice and that they, you know, that they care about people and care about the world or whatever. They really don't, but they're better actors. Donald Trump doesn't act. He is a great representation of what America truly is. So in that regard, I guess you could say he's the perfect candidate and the perfect person to be president. But he's definitely not someone that I would imagine black people should be supporting, black men especially, okay? Because he is not someone that's going to look out for us when something bad happens. If Donald Trump gets in there, I guarantee you there's going to be black men killed by the police because that's just the way this country is. And you're not going to see any help from the Trump administration when another black person gets murdered by some cop. You're definitely not going to see that. So, I mean, you folks can let me know how you feel about this in the comments section. I'd love to hear your opinions. But once again, I'm just making a distinction. There's no support from me going towards the Trump administration. I don't support that trash at all. Okay? Don't get my criticisms of the Democrats confused with support of Trump, because I'm definitely not going that way. I don't support either one because I don't think either one has our best interest at heart. And at the end of the day, both are going to do damage to us one way or the other. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments. This is Mad Blacc, and I will be back with my foot on the devil's back.
I concur.
All right, what your thoughts on what Mad Blacc just laid out?
I concur. I don't think that either one is a choice. There's really no choice right there with that, but it is what it is. That people are going to do what they're going to do. We pretty much laid out what they should do, what we think we should do, but you know, either way, at this point, everybody's already made up their mind. It's now just for 15 days to get your ballot in the box, basically. You know what I mean? Final points and, you know, just wrap up sections and stuff like that. In our case, it's like the last 15 days, really like the last days to, you know, shake it up a little bit, you know, to get yourself put out there for it better. Because they didn't make it easy at all, not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit.
You know, so like you know, just to know that you did a lot of work and a lot of shit might, you know, it might actually shake a little bit. So we'll see. You know what I mean? I'm kind of hopeful. So not really. I'm not kind of. I actually am hopeful because I feel like it doesn't matter really how much money you got. At the end of the day, there's something else controlling the fucking mechanism, and hopefully, you know, like you know, it goes our way because ultimately it would be the right thing for it to happen, and it would be good. You know what I mean? I mean, in all lessons, it's only. I feel like every time we have to come to election, there's a chance to try something new. You know what I mean? So we had already a term of women in the sea. And now we can see what a little masculinity might look like. It doesn't always have to be democratically led. It can be something different. It can be for the best interest for once, for the people, you know, for the benefit of the people at the, especially at the bottom end, like to have a person that's going to be in there to do the work. You know, that's what they're failing to understand is like, because we're so programmed for this democratic bullshit, they're failing to say if it's always about the people, then why don't you get motherfucking people in there, or even people that run are actually of the people.
Right.
You dig? So, that's pretty much. I'm not ready for it to be over with, but I'm ready for it to be for us to figure it out after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As far as this race is concerned, because it's just another fucking season of gatekeeping, and I would really like to see it. You know?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Lady K. Moving along, we got the jump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Could become the first GOP candidate to win Nevada in 20 years. So Palmetto Star, our brother True TV, is going to give us the update on that.
What's up, YouTube? This is Too Raw for TV. All right, so now I believe we're 16 days away from Election Day. So now I'm starting to feel more comfortable talking about how states may vote, especially now that we've started early voting in, I think, virtually every state now, right? So Nevada has started early voting, and the data looks promising for Republicans in that state. Now, right now, registered Republicans voting early on this first day are outpacing Democrats by a 2-1 margin. Now, I caution, this is a different election in 2020. You could also argue that because many Republican voters live in rural areas, it's a little bit easier for them to get their mailed-in ballots faster than in more diverse urban areas, larger urban areas. And maybe we need to see a week of this, or at least a week of this, to get a better feel on this. But I do want to say it's promising. If you're a Trump supporter, that Trump could win this state, be the first Republican since George W. Bush in 2004 to win the state of Nevada. Now, when I look at 538.com, which I think is a pretty accurate site, I think they look at a number of polls and they give an average of all those polls. The average has Kamala Harris with about 48% support, Trump with 48% support. So any one of them can win the state. Though I tend to think whoever wins this state is going to win by a very narrow margin. Look, at one point in time, Nevada used to be a bellwether state, meaning that whoever usually was favored to win the election usually won Nevada. Between 1912 and 2012, right? Nevada voted for the winner of every presidential election, with the exception of 1976, when it voted for Gerald R. Ford over Jimmy Carter. I believe in 1908, I think Nevada voted for William Jennings Bryan, who did very well in the West in his 3 presidential runs of 1896, 1900, and 1908. I think from 1912 onward, when Woodrow Wilson carried the state, when it was the Republican Party was split between Teddy Roosevelt and incumbent William Howard Taft, it voted for voted for the winner of every election until 2016. 2016, that streak was broken when the state voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton narrowly over Donald Trump, who shockingly, to most observers, won the election. Now, I just want to give a history as to why I think this state is at least trending purple and not blue, and it could possibly go red. I think it's a mistake to say that Nevada is trending. I think what's going on is that it's trending from blue to purple, which means that it's a state that's going to be very competitive for some years to come, at least for right now. The number one thing to look at is that Latinos are a growing force in this country, right? They're the largest minority. They've been
lots of money, a little competition. Why would you not want to make money with this app? That app is called
the largest minority for over 20 years now, passing African Americans sometime around 2000. Latinos tend to be a lot more flexible now, at least. They tend to be a lot more flexible when it comes to their political identification. They're tending to vote more on pocketbook issues and less on identity politics, which, to be honest with you, I hate to say this, I really wish that we kind of did that ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the scars of racism in this country, Jim Crow, it tends to blind us a little bit, but it pisses me off when we have these, like I mentioned in my video today, or was it last time I did a video? Whenever I did a video about, these political parties using celebrities to get people to vote, and they do that only in our communities because they can use these mascots that they can hire generally. What I want to call like they basically celebrities are pretty much like hype men.
Yeah.
You know how you have like let's say our football team in high school is going to fight or play against, I should say, against another district powerhouse, and you have the hype men that are there to, maybe the gym teacher, the most popular gym teachers there to rally the school crowd and cheer them on. Yeah. Let's cheer on our team, give them the morale and the energy to beat the opponent. It's kind of like what they do, man. Let's cheer for Team Blue. Let's cheer for Team Red. But other communities, they actually talk about issues. And with Latinos, they do that, man. And that's part of it. Latinos are becoming a little bit more, at least they're trending Republican. I tend to think that's because of social issues and the things the Democratic Party represent. I think that's part of it. But whatever the case may be, Latinos have been trending Republican, and that's why a state like New York and a state like California, while they're going to stay blue and very blue, I suspect that their margins, the Democrats, or Kamala Harris, I suspect that her margin of victory in California, New York, and Illinois, to a lesser extent, is going to be reduced. You know what I'm saying? By that I mean, Joe Biden won, I think, something like 64% of the vote in California, 65%. I won't be surprised if Kamala's margins reduced to like 61%. Still an overwhelming victory, but it's going to be a little bit reduced. Same thing in New York. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump may get close to 40% of the vote in New York. Still a landslide loss, but you'll see the erosion. It doesn't matter in those deep blue states, but in those states that tilt blue, then that could be the difference. Another thing is that the Republican Party has increasingly become the party of blue-collar America, which wasn't the case as recently as the 1980s into the 1990s. But Bill Clinton, old Bubba, you know, you started seeing a reduction in that. Now George W. Bush, portrayed himself as a Bubba, and he did get some disaffected Democrats to vote for him. But for the most part, up until the 2000s, Republicans were still seen the party of the white-collar, upper crust America, big business. That's been blurred now. The Democrats seem to be the party of elitists, and I've mentioned how some of that has to do with the fact that those who are the billionaires in this country now, they come from a different industry. Many of the people who are making their millions and billions, they come from the higher education, okay? They come from higher education. They tend to be more in the tech industries, the housing industries, but you have to get degrees for this. And it tends to be the higher your education level, the more now you lean liberal. So they tend to now vote more liberal or vote more Democratic. That's why Kamala Harris has $1 billion war chest and Trump has a large chest as far as war chest for Republicans, but not as big. So that's some of it, you know what I mean? But look, just give you a brief history of what I'm talking about. In 2008, Barack Obama beat John McCain by over 120,000 votes in Nevada, a landslide. He got 55.1% of the vote. 2012, he beat Mitt Romney by a reduced margin, but it was still close to 70,000 vote margin. He still got a hefty 52.4% of the vote. In 2016, Hillary Clinton beat Trump by about 30,000 votes in Nevada, so less than half of Barack Obama won by. And she even failed to get a majority of the vote, 47.9% to Trump's 45.5%. A lot of third-party voters in that election. Joe Biden was able to win against Trump in 2020. Now, of course, we had an economic collapse in 2020 and the pandemic to deal with. But his margin over Trump was not much bigger than Hillary's, 35,000 votes. Matter of fact, he barely got a majority, a little over 50% of the vote to Trump's 48%. So there's definitely a trend there of Democratic erosion and Republicans getting a little bit more of the vote each time in that state. Will this be the year that Trump flips it? Possibly, I don't know. But keep this in mind, though. This is how important Nevada is in these elections. It was the 2022 midterm Senate election where I think her name was Cortez Masto, I think, narrowly beat Republican Adam Laxalt to win that Senate seat for the Democrats. And it took days for that race to be called, and that race helped the Democrats to retain their majority in the Senate, a very narrow majority at it as that, but they were able to retain it. So that tells you how important Nevada is. And when you look at this election and how close it may be, even Nevada's 6 electoral votes will be pivotal, especially if, say, Trump wins 270, 268. Well, that tells you that Nevada is if he wins the electoral college 270, 268, or, something like 272, 266, that tells you the importance of Nevada. And it's one of the 7 swing states: Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are the 7 key swing states that are going to decide this election. Now, I did see some data to show that Arizona is promising for Trump in this election. Remember, he very narrowly lost Arizona last time. Now, one thing that's going to hurt Democrats, I think, in Arizona is that a lot of Democrats who voted in Arizona have left the state. They've gone to Texas. You know, a lot of them moved to Texas, and some of them moved to other areas. So, don't know how many, but some. So look, this is the thing. Trump got 232 electoral votes last time. Now, the Electoral College is a little bit different now because after the U.S. Census, and usually after the U.S. Census, there's a reapportionment of the Electoral College. The only time that didn't happen was after 1920. But let's just go with 232 electoral votes. Although it's probably a small variation of that now when you take every state he won in 2020 and put it in the new Electoral College. But let's just go with 232. If he carries Nevada, that's 238. And if he carries Arizona, that's 249. Remember, he lost those two states. So then that would be electoral college of 279 for Harris, 249 for Trump. If he were to flip Pennsylvania, that pushes him to 268, in which he would still lose 270, 268. But if he's able to flip Georgia, he's able to flip.
At Bed Bath & Beyond, we believe home should always be your happy place. From rushed mornings to slow evenings.
I should say either Georgia. He was able to flip either Wisconsin or Michigan. Those are states he lost last time that he wins the presidency. And all of those states are very, very, very close. You know, but then again, if Kamala Harris is able to flip North Carolina, then he goes back down and he has to pull. So this is going to be a very, very close election. And anybody talking about this is going to be a Trump landslide or Kamala landslide, they're capping hard. That's not what's going on right now. Now, it's possible Trump could run the table and win all 7 states. That's possible. But even if he does, he's going to win those states by very narrow margins for the most part. So the Electoral College, to me, never represents the popular vote. Remember, the Electoral College winner has lost the popular vote quite a few times, in 1876, in 1888, in 2000, and 2016. And technically in 1824, too. So that's 5 times that's happened already. This could happen a 6th time. So, you know, it is what it is. But tell me what you guys think. Oh, by the way, got one other thing to mention. Another thing that's going on in Nevada is the portion of voters who identify as independents have grown. And I suspect that's a lot of Latinos. A lot of them, you know, saying they're very flexible. Yeah, they were voting Democratic in high numbers, but like I said, a lot of the cultural things that the Democrats champion, I think they're turning off some of those voters. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, tell me what you guys think.
That is where Shabak is at, and I think they're gonna go all the way Trump.
I think that there's so many pathways. He's right. It's gonna be pretty neck and neck. But that's the way. That's the gimmick, I think. As far as the undecided or independent, I think that a lot of that, not necessarily is probably Hispanic. Could be a lot of ex-Republicans and ex-Democrats, you know, that decided to leave their parties and just go a certain way, you know what I mean? Because let me get my thought real quick. Because a lot of people were not happy in either party, and they were leaving in mass, like especially Trump and even her, but mostly Trump, you know, people were like, "Oh, vote my conscience," and not go with him, and they were straying off, and they were going to this side or that side, you know. So it could be a whole bunch of things. Just really don't know the demographics out there until you're out there, I guess.
Yeah, what happened been out there outside of Clark County is Trump country.
Yeah, but even though people are voting quite a lot with Trump, I mean, these are just like the Republicans are really just they've always been kind of like just white leaning, It's like it's kind of like a bit that we thought they were like gonna go ahead and add on a different race. They've always been like that, But I guess if the message is resonating, people are wanting that. They're gonna go with that. I myself, I think he's like he said, it's gonna be kind of like I personally, me personally, I think that they're losing. Just the Democrats are losing merely off of just messaging alone. I also too don't think that Trump's messaging is any greater. I just think that it depends on where you're looking at or what you're watching. Because like they're each depending on what you're watching, they're each up against each other by like literally 2-3 points. It seems like I don't know. It's gonna be pretty close. I just can't wait till the madness is the choice is chosen, and then the madness can begin. You know what I mean? So we can get that first 100 days out of everybody's system, because that's what's gonna be really show and prove. And that first 100 days is like the crucial start of anybody's fucking term, right?
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be the thing. What's left, Jesse? Because it's like almost 4 minutes.
I didn't even finish my damn talk. I didn't even finish what I was gonna say. So Nevada doesn't allow write-ins, and I don't believe they have any third-party candidates on the ballot. So the independents are going to have 2 choices: to jump or Kamala.
On the couch.
If they decide to vote, they only gonna have 2 choices.
Yeah. It's looking like, from what I've seen, it's looking like Trump on that side. But I don't know. I really explored it too much because I really don't give a damn about it. The reason I don't care is because we're not supposed to be looking at the Democrats personally, and I really don't care less about the whole Trump thing. So, personally, I really, I'm like whatever. But I haven't seen too much church or too much rally in Vegas.
Oh, they've been rallying heavy in Vegas. You've been missing. Kamala was in Las Vegas.
I haven't seen it. So, like I said, you see, I don't care, right? I really pay attention to it. I can do without this whole fucking about this presidential shit. It's like it's whatever. So it became not a like a choice. It's a selected thing. I lost interest a long time ago. So like literally tapped out, lost interest because it was like chosen. These are the choices. This is what you get. Like it or love it. Yeah, like deal with it. And I don't feel like dealing with it, so I tuned out. So that's just how I stayed on message. We're not supposed to be looking at them or talking to them. I don't know what everybody else was, but I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm the only one reading the message. All right, whatever. I tapped out. I don't really care. But I guess if she's been doing it, I don't know. You said she's been rallying tough out there, so we'll see.
They both been rallying tough out there.
It's whatever. So, what's next?
If you gotta tap out, cause you can tap out.
But I mean, what's next on the topic? I don't care about the election like that. Like I really don't give a damn about the Democrats, period, or whatever Trump's talking about. So, I really have like lost interest like months back on this presidential thing. But I'm just saying, what's next on the topic list?
Jason Whitlocc claims Caitlin Clark was treated like a slave. WNBA players.
Why?
Well, let me play the video. I don't know why. Lacey always got all these questions, y'all. I don't even haven't watched the video fully yet, so I don't even know. But we're about to find out.
Why would we care? Like, how she's treated, really. I mean, honestly, in relation to everything that's happening.
I mean, we know that you love Caitlin Clark, but come on now, like, this is definitely a pretty hard, just like that. And shout out to everybody that was going in on that video that I did today about them Shills trying to say that that Kamala Harris was distant cousins with Aaliyah. Y'all was going in the comment section, as I knew y'all would, because for some of y'all that was the first time ever hearing about that. I said, when I bring this video to my audience, they not gonna know what hit them. But I found this article on the Daily Mail. I can't remember if somebody sent this to me or if I just stumbled across it. And it was posted on September 27, 2024. And it says Jason Whitlocc says Caitlin Clark is the quote-unquote slave who Black WNBA players are exploiting to boost their profile. Now, isn't that interesting? That he's talking about how Black NBA players are exploiting her to boost their profile. Meanwhile, he does that all the time with Black athletes. That's what he was doing with her. He was talking about her even when to overhype her up, like many of them have already done, or to say how sloppy she's been. This man is still talking about her now as we speak. And he's talking about they were exploiting her. No, that's what you were doing. This must be him talking about himself, and he's getting confused because this dude was talking about her every single chance that he got in order to throw the Black basketball, the Black WNBA players under the bus, especially Angel Reese. I mean, how many videos has he put up on his page talking about this woman every single day? This is literally a pot meet kettle moment. So let's see what they're talking about on here. Jason Whitlocc is adding fuel to the simmering racial tensions in the WNBA by equating white superstar Caitlin Clark to an African American slave. His words, not ours.
Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
What did you say, nigga?
Caitlin Clark, y'all, listen to me, y'all. What I'm about to read is a direct quote from him. He said Caitlin Clark is Kunta Clark. And forgive all these ads, y'all. Unfortunately, I'm on the Daily Mail. And you know the Daily Mail loves to have a bunch of ads in order to stay on their site. He called her Kunta Clark. The sports podcaster said, likening the WNBA Rookie of the Year to the enslaved protagonist of Alex Haley's 1976 bestseller Roots. She's the actual slave that everybody else is exploiting for their benefit. Whitlock's comparison followed a series of attacks on Black American players whom he painted as, and I quote, angry Black feminists. He specifically called out Chicago Sky rookie Angel Reese, of course he did, and Connecticut Sun forward Alyssa Thomas, both of whom have been vocal about the racist comments directed at players by fans. He said Angel Reese is included at the top of that list. And now Alyssa Thomas is like, let me get my piece, Whitlocc said. Whitlocc also accused the Suns' Dejanay Carrington of intentionally poking Clark in the eye during a recent game, something that Indiana Fever guard has rejected. Caitlin Clark got poked in the eye, injured, black eye. You can still see the black eye, Whitlocc said Friday, as quoted by Fox Sports Radio 790. Following the most successful regular season in league history, the ongoing WNBA postseason is at risk of being overshadowed by controversy. While many Clark supporters have accused the league of conspiring against its biggest star, a number of players had voiced frustrations about racist fan abuse, much of which appears to come from Clark supporters. It's not much of what appears to come from Clark supporters. It is what comes from the Clark supporters. I think that in my 11-year career, I have never experienced the racial comments like from the Indiana Fever fan base, Thomas said Thursday. Clark addressed the racist remarks directed at her Black colleagues with reporters on Friday following the Fever's first-round playoff defeat at the hands of the Sun. Which, by the way, this article came out before Indiana got swept. This is when they were still in the playoffs, but by of course, now they've been out. It's definitely upsetting, Clark said Friday morning. Nobody in our league should be facing any sort of racism, hurtful, disrespectful, hateful comments and threats. Those aren't fans, those are trolls, and it's a real disservice to the people in our league, the organization, the WNBA. Here's the problem I have with Caitlin Clark's response to this. It's too late. Why didn't she say all of what she just said right here months ago when it was starting to kick off? Why wait and let it fester over an entire season to finally say something? I guess when it was the right time. That's why I had to go in on the WNBA when they released that statement. When I did that video, was it yesterday? And I said too little too late. Y'all are talking about this now when the damage was already done. Y'all should have nipped that in the bud before it got to this point. So I take what she says with a grain of salt. Things were bad enough for the WNBA to address the issues in a statement this week. The WNBA is a competitive league with some of the most elite athletes in the world. Reading the league statement, while we welcome a growing fan base, the WNBA will not tolerate racist, derogatory, or threatening comments made about players, teams, and anyone affiliated with the league. Meanwhile, Fox Sports analyst Nick Wright is insisting that racists use Clark's popularity to spread hate towards Black WNBA players. You don't say. Keep in mind, they also went in on Caitlin Clark for liking a post by Taylor Swift because she that was endorsing Kamala Harris and said, "Oh, we can't be fans of you anymore." Y'all told yourselves of who you are, and y'all wonder why I can't support either side of the political aisle. He says you got this boatload of quote unquote. They should have put quote new fans because these aren't fans. Let's be real here. These are not fans. Because Caitlin Clark is box office, the FS1 host said on his What's Right program. But unfortunately, inevitably, the league should have seen this train coming down the tracks on that bandwagon where folks that weren't fans of basketball, that weren't even actual fans of Caitlin Clark. Let me see. Okay, so there's nothing else. So that's the whole article right there. So yeah, this dude, Jason Whitlock, compared her to a slave and then called her Kunta Clark. That's crazy. You know what is very upsetting about that statement is that you have this, I'm gonna say placebo Black man making a comment like that about this white woman that he doesn't even know. She doesn't know him. She probably heard of him, but she doesn't know him from a can of paint. And through the label of she's being treated like a slave. No, she's not. If Caitlin Clark was being treated like our ancestors, well, I'm gonna just leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it alone. All I'm saying is that was a bad comparison. That was one of the most horrible comparisons you could ever make. There is no way you can tell me that there is anyone in her lineage that can say that they ever experienced what it's like to be a slave in this establishment, or to know what it feels like to be one.
No, it is too. You should try to check the.
They're gonna say exploiting her to boost their profile. That's what you've been doing every chance you got. Anytime something happened with her, good or bad, here you come to say or say something ridiculous on her behalf.
Like they say.
Now I wanted to segue a little bit into these two other articles because I thought this was very interesting. So as y'all all know, Caitlin Clark did get Rookie of the Year. I'm not surprised by that because they literally campaign hard for her to get Rookie. They needed her to win something because she didn't win in college. She didn't win at the ESPYs. Well, at least she didn't win the award they wanted her to win at the ESPYs. She definitely wasn't winning this championship this year. And you want to know what's so funny? All them fools, all them fools was saying how. Well, remember when Angel Reese got injured and she had to sit out for the rest of the season? They were all cheering and applauding that Angel Reese. They felt like she was the hurdle that's out of the way. And the thing is, I don't think Chicago even made it to the playoffs. So, I mean, it wasn't like that. It wasn't much of a hurdle anyway. But they felt she was a stumbling block in Caitlin Clark's way. And they were all cheering and whatnot, only for Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever to get to the playoffs and not win one game. And that's without Angel Reese even being there. Talk about some karma.
Right.
Then they up there saying, oh, the ratings are going to go down now because Caitlin Clark's not in the league no more. Meanwhile, you had other people who actually like to watch the WNBA saying, well, now we can finally watch it in peace without her fans and their agenda literally piggybacking right behind her. And shout out to Ozzy for the 10. He says all the cholesterol in those biscuits is affecting this clown's brain. Y'all are crazy in these comments. Oh, and someone else had left the comment
When you're
too.
successful, you got new friends like Benjamin, Ulysses, and my favorite, Woodrow.
It was somebody else who left a comment. I forgot who it was talking about Ozempic. I meant to read that comment, but it's all the way at the top now. I'm not scrolling back up. But yeah, they're all of that, and she still lost and lost badly. I mean, you got swept. You didn't the Fever didn't win one game in the series, and then the WNBA gonna say, well, next year we're gonna do best out of 7. They would not have done that if they would have kept on going. And I said, so let's just hypothetically say, you're going to do best out of 7, guess 4 out of 7 next year. What's going to happen if, say, Indiana doesn't make it again? You can't up it anymore. 7 is your limit. But I brought this article up because, yes, Caitlin Clark got Rookie of the Year. They had to give her something to satisfy her fan base. But what I thought was very, very funny about this was that if y'all look at the title, it says Caitlin Clark was one Angel Reese vote from being unanimous WNBA Rookie of the Year. So basically what it is there's 67 votes, if I'm not mistaken. Caitlin Clark got 66 votes. The one vote that made her not be unanimous went to Angel Reese. And when I tell you those Caitlin Clark stands erupted with envy and being pissed off and mad and in their feelings, oh my God, you would have thought it was the end of the world. I'm like, see, the thing is, it's not the fact that she didn't just get the unanimous decision of being Rookie of the Year, meaning that she got it by a landslide, meaning everyone voted for her. It's the fact that she didn't get the unanimous decision and lost it because of Angel Reese. So, because of one person voted for Angel Reese and they lost their minds. I swear if it was anyone else but Angel Reese, they probably wouldn't have, but because it was her, they lost their minds. I mean, they went ballistic on X behind this. And I was scrolling through the comments and I was just chuckling at it. I'm like, but your girl, she got it. That's what y'all wanted, right? No, that's not what they wanted. They wanted her to be. See, the thing is, Angel Reese is always gonna live rent-free in their head. Ever since she did the You Can't See Me thing, she has been living rent-free in their head for over a year. And they want Caitlin Clark to beat Angel Reese at all costs, and it's not happening the way they want. Even when she does get an award, it's still not enough. Brother Mincy, you said how many games did Caitlin Clark play against Angel Reese? I I don't know because I don't know their schedule. But if I had to guess, maybe 5, maybe 4 or 5. Okay, I was gonna say 4. Kid Gravity was 4. And KG said it was 40. It was the votes was out of 40. I thought it was for some reason I thought it was 67. Either way, she didn't get the unanimous decision. And when they found out the one vote went to Angel Reese, they got extremely irate. They could barely contain themselves. Oh, it was 67. Okay, cool. They could barely contain themselves. But I knew Angel Reese wasn't going to get Rookie of the Year because they kept pushing Caitlin Clark so much. If Caitlin Clark wasn't a factor, Angel Reese probably would have got Rookie of the Year, or it would have been the votes would have been close. But I knew that was going to happen. I knew they was going to give her Rookie of the Year. Now that's crazy. You want to know what's so funny? Caitlin Clark got Rookie of the Year before Indiana got swept in the postseason. Those votes went out before she got swept. And it was very close. It was very close when it happened. But you know what? Angel Reese, I think Angel's going to be fine. The woman had endorsements coming out of college, and even in the WNBA, she's going to be good regardless. As long as she, keeps her head on straight, she should be good. Because I think she had released a video talking about like the pay in the WNBA, which we're not surprised by, because there's always been a pay discrepancy with the WNBA for years. Like it's people who work regular jobs who get paid more than some of these women do. KG says, wait until Paige, Juju, and the girl from NC State cash out their NILs, which would be more than Caitlin Clark's. Louise says they're not giving Kennedy Carter or Asia Wilson any attention. And that's a shame because Asia Wilson is hands down like a very superior player. Hands down. I've seen this woman ball, and she be going in. And I can see why she gets all the accolades that she does. It's just that she doesn't get the attention she deserves. Brother Manti says, how many years is Caitlin Clark contracted for? Well, KG, you know what? I'm gonna let KG answer these questions because I don't be knowing some of them. He said 4 years. And see, that's why a person between a real fan. I bet you if you ask any of these so-called Caitlin Clark fans questions like you are asking in this chat, none of them could answer it. And the thing is, KG is not even I don't want to speak directly for him. I let him answer for himself. KG, are you a Caitlin Clark fan? Nightfall says, here's a stat they can't deny. For all the trolling these SWS stands claim, the WNBA ticket sales are still down, and the league will still lose money again, so they really aren't supporting Caitlin Clark. Oh, Nightfall. You literally just helped me and helped us to segue into the next article, because that's the last thing I wanted to talk about as it pertains to this. But before we get there, shout out to Ozzy Edwards again for the 5. He said Juju will have the league saying Caitlin who?
What I say? Tell them to bring me my money.
Because look at this article that came out today. This article came out today. I found out about it though a couple of days ago, and thanks to KG because he posted it up on his community tab. But this is an article that just posted up today. WNBA to lose $40 million in the 2024 season, and the NBA won't see return for years. Because remember, the NBA is what keeps the WNBA afloat. So they said the WNBA is going to lose $40 million, and it's going to be years before the NBA sees a return.
That shit sounds
NBA
great.
investors reportedly growing impatient after pumping hundreds of millions of dollars into the WNBA. That is not a good thing. Why? Because just based off of this title, before I even get into all the details in the article, just reading the title, if they wanted to pull the plug on the WNBA today, just by looking at that, they could, if they wanted to. And saying we are literally feeding a decaying organization. We cannot afford to do it anymore. Like they said, it won't. They said for years. They didn't get it. They didn't say a year. They didn't say 2 years. They didn't even give a number. They said for years. So that means it's a question mark on when the NBA is going to see that money back. Now, keep in mind, all these Caitlin Clark stands said, oh, she's the face of the league. She's bringing money in and all this and third. Apparently, she can't be doing that much. Well, you know what? I won't even put it all on her. Her stands. I keep telling people, I said, all these people that keep saying they support her and all that, all of them people probably never been to one of her games. They support her online. Online support does not bring financial support. $40 million that they lost. You want to know what's so interesting? When I first saw this up on X, because I looked it up on X, it was posted. It was from that Clark report thing that basically created a whole page on X dedicated to Caitlin Clark. People in the comment section, instead of getting upset that they didn't do anything to contribute to making this money, they got upset because it came from the New York Post. I said, wait a minute. Y'all were upset because it came from the New York Post, where I'm sure the New York Post probably got it from ESPN or another sports outlet to put that and create their own article about it, which was basically telling the same thing that all the other ones were saying. They got more pissed that it came from the New York Post. Now let's see what they're talking about on here. And by the way, this is not Caitlin Clark. That's not Caitlin Clark. It says the Women's National Basketball Association, or the WNBA, is set to lose $40 million this season, and the National Basketball Association, or the NBA, won't see any returns from the league for the foreseeable future, according to the New York Post. What did we just say? The New York Post. So this article got their stuff from the New York Post. It has been a record-breaking campaign for the WNBA, which has posted record viewership and attendances that have been fueled by a standout draft class spearheaded by Indiana Fever sensation Caitlin Clark. The league is set to announce its ratings for this year's finals, which were won by the New York Liberty, but it has been confirmed that the playoffs were the most viewed in 25 years across ESPN platforms. Now, what's crazy is, like I said, the Indiana Fever, they got eliminated in the first round. The rounds pretty much, as far as I know, work the same in the WNBA. It might be a little bit less like it does in the NBA. So that means people were still watching even after she got eliminated. Whoa. The WNBA also had its most watched regular season in 24 years at the end of September. Denise, Miss Nisa, you know they got to overinflate it. However, that engagement is yet to translate to the bottom line for the NBA, which reportedly owns 60% of the WNBA and has pumped hundreds of millions of dollars into the league since its 1996 formation. The New York Post also states that when combining the NBA owners' personal stakes in WNBA teams and the WNBA itself, the ownership amount rises to 75%. An NBA executive told the New York Post, the WNBA owes the NBA so much, we won't see any windfall for years. If I was the WNBA, I would be shaking right now. I would be shook. Because I'm telling you right now, if I was in Adam Silver's position and I heard this and I saw this, I'm like, look, sorry, but y'all are a bad investment right now. We are going to have to put y'all on ice. But then it's going to be messed up because You know, there's some women out there that actually enjoy to play the sport of basketball. For them, it might not be the money, and it can be because they ain't paying them that much. The purported loss of $40 million is an improvement on the $50 million that was projected earlier this year. What's 10 million? That means they weren't off by much. They put out a prediction of how much the WNBA would lose, not how much they would gain, how much they was going to lose. They said $50 million at the beginning of the year, and they lost 40. They weren't far off. That's crazy. This is, however, it doesn't disguise that the WNBA still remains unprofitable, with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver saying in 2018 that the WNBA had lost an average of more than $10 million annually since its founding. Now, keep this in mind, y'all. $10 million annually a year since its founding in 1996. That was 24 years ago. I'm sorry, not 24 years ago, 28 years ago. And they lost so 10 million a year for 28 years. Now that's understandable if it's your first year because you're just getting your feet off the ground. But up 10 million a year? Now, mind you, the WNBA, their seasons are very, very short. Like the WNBA season typically starts like in May, like that's like around May, and runs through early October. It's a much shorter season than the NBA because the NBA starts in October and runs all the way to June of the following year. So of course they play more games, longer seasons, so on and so forth. But she's 10 million a year since 1996.
Jesse,
that is crazy.
Oh my God, Jesse.
And then there's always been a thing of like, well, what Figure John just said. He says no one in their right mind can compare the NBA to the WNBA. The WNBA ball is smaller, so why not lower the rim to 9 feet? And also another thing that people always had an issue with when it came to the WNBA is the lack of dunking. Because one of the bigger highlights when it comes to the NBA is when they dunk. They have a whole dunk contest in the All-Star game. They said if they would let some of these women dunk, it would probably, I don't know how much it would boost it, but it would make it exciting. Because let's be real, whenever you go to a basketball game and you see someone drive the ball down and they dunk it, that gets the crowd hype. And the team could be down by like 20 points and it'll still get the people hype. Because that's a spectacle to see. But they can't even dunk in the WNBA. I can't remember the last women's basketball player that did it. I know some have done it, but I know Lisa Leslie did it. I remember Lisa Leslie was one of the first to do it. That's why it became that's what really blew her name up was when she did that dunk.
Jesse.
Yeah, I'm here.
Jesse, you gotta wake up.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You're snoring and shit.
It says the WNBA is set to get as much as $2.2 billion over 11 years from the 2026 season as part of the NBA's next domestic broadcast rights deal, with the league also set to offer 2 additional packages of matchups independent of the NBA, which could push revenues even higher, possibly as high as the $260 million.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna close the dust like
that. That's sad that their losses, that they're gonna lose that much revenue and they don't see no way of getting that back. That's really sad. The other shit about her being called basically a slave, that's bullshit. And you should really start looking at the Daily Mail. That's pretty much my thoughts on that. Because she was like not that great of a motherfucking player. So I just think that yeah, that sucks that they are not gonna see that money in any returns as far as the NBA. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. on that note, we're gonna have to end it here. So thank y'all for tuning in. Season 4, episode 30, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. When can we expect the RBA, Lady Kim?
Hopefully, sometime. Hopefully, I was hoping maybe today. But now it's so late in the morning. It's already too late. We'll see. Hopefully, sometime today. Preferably, I don't know. We got something going on at like 4, and then we got some Baccs. So if I was gonna do it, it'd probably be during the day. We'll see. I have no idea right now currently because we're like supposed to be doing a lot of things in the next couple of days. So we shall see. I know Baccs show is later on tonight. So.
Yeah. The Rumble goes to join us. Join us later for the Rumble and the Tumble.
Yeah.
Like to spend some hands. Calling numbers 516-418-5996. Peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Crewman disappears. House 8 Kennedy on the ballot. House 8 United States of Colorado signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant for the city.